It says that the bread is going to have to be shown. It's not bringing back. The Russian is Yossi is as is. And had to show remains covered. Says where else goes around. So we're starting to get the word. Now what that means that on the table there's no soul. There's remains covered. I don't care how far you take it away to the Muslim of the Mishkan. Take it 25 miles away from the original spot, it's still covered farther than it's in the sound of the shore. I love it. What does this mean? Just as sharks put it in, right in doing your return, first of all, it means it's on the table. Better than that, it means put it on the table before Shabbos became Shabbos. And every Shabbos time you take it on the table. Now, you have a bunch of them. So, here, took the bread out to eat. All of a sudden, the Prophet says, let's go. Everybody, let's go. Go. Drop it. It's all table. We consider it good. Think we're not here. That's the point. But if it's on the table, it's 100% okay. It's not fun. What's that? Quando ele sabe se achar que tem só uma coisa que ele está pensando em sobre isso. Sempre when you have four tries, that the part is like you travel. And when you travel, get out of the Mishkan. After the Siyasa, so do over here, since it came out of the light, that's possible. Remember, I'm it is. I don't care whatever my mind is, even if it's traveling, it's considered a life. But now, this is interesting, now we expand it. All of a sudden now, as you travel in, it's going to be a good much of $2. It's an expansion of solutions. I'm a big shalasa, but what do you do? It's a matter of feel as like oil light, or was restricted to the oil light. Now, it expands to the whole matter of feel. All blue here, before, very nice. Before is only where it says matter of red. Now it's an entire blue. As we travel the whole blue, and you travel, you can see a second, you travel in a certain formation. That formation of blue, the it doesn't say, this is the outside that it travels and it remains oil money. That's the word, it does not be, you can see. So, it'll be regular as you travel. No, sorry, not that. It should be possible with guts. Actually, Yaakov came so and he went out. They went out of the way. It should be possible. Oh no, like so the opposite. It's like park when you're parked and you don't move it, it's not possible. But it's also the Matic play, but so you don't come out of the Matic, you're still in the blue square. In the blue square, nah. You don't know me or something else on white. The Lysa says that the oil money travel. Tomorrow, in other words, the remainder of money that you have no things out of the go. Saying that it remains with you short. I'm going to tell you that there's a certain way that the macro went. There was each shaven had its flag, and they had these three Shvachim they travel in a certain way. So these three Shvachim started going, and there's a certain formation, and that's what I said. From the outside of the mind, they have to travel in a certain way. I was going with it. And how the others, man, I don't even know. It's like, so the monster already that the students do show when they travel. There's an element where the time is that usually when you travel, not that you have to travel with a formation. So tomorrow, no, you're right. There's two parts of the puzzle. The Machnal is being so the Machnal teaches us that they travel in a certain. No, the Machnal is being so the Machnal is that they do show. But also, that there's flags that's in formation. So in other words, two parts of the two ones where you follow. They say, so that was this picture is a shot video, but you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire mission. So by breaking down the walls, what happens? The moment you break down the wall, there's no more Mishkan. Then what happens to all the Kurbanos that are inside? No more Mishkan, what happens to the Mitzvah itself? So you have to start moving as well. So it says, Rishan Sul Masais, Production yourself. So let's remember these words, production. Then let's say I'm shifting your cardinal chakras. And Hashem says, take down the wall. Now the chakras all of a sudden is exposed. He's not in the Mishkan. He's now possible because he went outside of the Mishkan. They must leave, literally speaking, and the Torah has to go completely. Literally speaking, the Torah goes outside of the wall. It's not that more than the sand, and has to leave with something. So, in other words, the muscle of any straw, they have to be the Kedusha from the Kedusha of the straw stays with me, and you have to get out of it. It says, that what happens to where the Makna is? No more Kedusha, no more Makna Shkira. So that's nothing more should say. We should have another part. If it happens to a little Makna and an oil, then your Kedusha expires because you're not in touch. So nothing more should be possible. Is that a riot? Well, it's probably not more part. There's no off the Chaka, so oil, you're right. The Makna doesn't become tough.
What's up, son? It's 4th July 57 86 so May 20th, 45 days. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava, 3631 135th son of Adam is 1, 35, 26, 235. Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 34, 36, 325. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 33, 66, 395. Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460. Yared, son of Mahalalel, was born. 31, 39, 622. Kanak, son of Yared, was born. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Ela, differ, Ela, keep Chaim, but this is what we live by. Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kadeshanu b'mitzvot v'tivanu al safirat ha'omer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with His commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 49 days of the Omer, which is 7 weeks of the Omer. Merciful One, restore unto us the service of the Mikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen.
Automatically much of it becomes possible. So as Abaya said something, if you must wait until the morning, when did you shut these animals? Yesterday. So it just became possible this morning. It's morning. You know, get about your exits. You know, he is sleeping over not the country, but the country. And the other side is bringing birds up. So he says, why are you telling me that hackles will get stuck? The limbo in the Mishnah, when you break down the Mishnah, hackles is stuck in moments. It's Lena who's there overnight. Why? Because the only time you can break down the Mishnah is morning. So when you break down the Mishnah, by the time you break it down, you have a hackles, but shut the door. So that's actually you have
Coffee, about calling coffee.
It's tempting to think that forensic Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development. Of course, this series may serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate development Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden to dive deeper, admittedly as sublime as they are. Let me express my thanks to Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach out to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch these in that playlist. If series on I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining Patreon or perhaps and Kabbalah. But just as a recap from last time, what we handled was some level Christian Kabbalah and Lurianic Kabbalah. And I always look back on how I handle Lurianic Kabbalah, and there's always a problem with teaching it. And the problem with teaching it goes like this, is that either you go too thin or you go too thick. And I always feel like I go too thin, and then sometimes when I feel like I go too thick on Lurianic Kabbalah, I lose people. And even a very thin overview, I think, loses people really rapidly. It's just it requires such a heavy amount of background knowledge in Kabbalah to really get a handle on it. And so there's just no bringing it without sort of doing an entire class on it. But the main recaps from last time is by the 15th century, Kabbalah spreading. It's moving. It's moving just within the Jewish community. It's also moving outside the Jewish community. Christians are picking up Kabbalah. They're doing their own kind of Christian Kabbalah. They're taking back their Jewish neighbors. They're hiring converted Jews to translate to them from the Great East. And so Christian Kabbalah becomes a Renaissance movement of trying to find for truths, finding those older traditions for perennial truths, is going to build up a philosophy that sometimes gets referred to as esotericism, Christian mysticism, specifically in the occult mode. And this form of Christian Kabbalah is going to eventually become a whole thing to itself. The Christians are going to kind of run with Kabbalah, they're going to adopt ideas from it, and eventually what's going to emerge is kind of what sometimes is the hermetic, which is a form of Kabbalah that mixes occult ideas, and this becomes the groundwork for what is now called Western esotericism. So, in many ways, Kabbalah gets a life of its own in the Christian world, and eventually becomes its own form of mysticism, completely independent of Judaism. Organic Kabbalah, just to go as a refresher back over to what we covered last time, because it feels like it's been a couple of weeks because Yom Kippur in the way. But the big ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah is that Luria is going to really focus in on the mythological structure of reality. He's very concerned with how reality comes to be, how it is that God comes to be all of reality. This is a very pantheistic or panentheistic, whatever shade of flavor of that you want to go with. But he's really concerned with the descent of the universe, how the universe comes into being, and he develops, Cordovero helps develop it for him, but the idea of the 4 or 5 worlds, depending on how you want to count them. Then you have these various levels of reality, and what ends up happening is that at every level of reality, there are more spherot. You can get more and more spherot. If you ever come to the house, I can show you a book I have called the Ilan HaGadol, which is a kind of a map of reality according to the classic Lurianic take, where you have this enormously complicated system of spherot within spherot within spherot. So if you ever come to the house and you want to see this book, I'll pull it off the shelf and show you, but it becomes this incredibly Byzantine system of spherot within spherot, very Baroque, I suppose you could say. But the big ideas, right, are this idea that God retracted some of God's self into a kind of divine void, and that divine void is filled with divine light, which shatters vessels inside of it, and this leads to a kind of cosmic tragedy. And that cosmic tragedy is prepared, it's subject to tikkun, and the process of tikkun is accomplished by Jews basically maintaining the Torah, Jews maintaining strict observance to Jewish law, and by that strict observance of Jewish law, the metaphysical realities, various realities, are prepared to undergo tikkun olam, and that paves the way for the Messiah. And so the messianic idea is going to be a big deal tonight. The messianic idea in Kabbalah begins to really heavily falter during the period of Lurianic Kabbalah, plus the idea that God is someone, rather Messiah is something that you can become, that you can become Messiah by becoming sufficiently righteous and sufficiently metaphysically able to manipulate reality in the interest of this tikkun process. And so we have a lot of ideas of exile and redemption in Lurianic Kabbalah that become very important in just a bit. And so what's going on in Lurianic Kabbalah is a radical renovation, systematization of Kabbalah as it's been inherited through the past several hundred years. But the Sixth was only basically written down or published beginning in the 1270s, and that we're now in the late 16th century, and it's in the 16th century that Lurianic Kabbalah will come about. So it's been about 300 years since the development of the Kabbalah, and so 300 years is quite a long time. And it's in this 300-year period that Kabbalah really undergoes its major systematization, and also its major systems theory. And that major systems theory is the one of Itzhak Luria. Now, again, I just want to drive this point home. Itzhak Luria did not leave us a system. He left us a bunch of teachings to a bunch of students, and those students don't even agree about exactly what his teachings were. Chaim Vital, his most famous student, leaves us one system of teachings. His earlier student, Israel Saruk, who doesn't really get any press these days for whatever reason, but he published another system first. It's very different than Chaim Vital. So the question is, what is the real Lurianic Kabbalah? And the answer to that is, we don't know. We don't know what Luria taught. Luria didn't write much down, and what he did write down, mostly just poetry and stuff. And so we actually don't have Luria's teachings. What we have are his students repeating his teachings many, many years later. And so how much of that is a game of telephone? That's a good question, and we don't know. The main body of work that represents Itzhak Luria's teachings that went on to become Lurianic Kabbalah, a book called Eitz Chaim by Chaim Vital, that book was never even intended for publication. Chaim Vital actually tried to hide it. And it was actually illicitly kind of stolen from him and then published without his consent. And so it's not even clear that that book is even meant to be a systematic representation of his teachings. So it's a mess. It's just a mess. And so often people teach Kabbalah as the definitive Kabbalah. You go to the Kabbalah Center and you learn the Kabbalah. You learn this definitive, that's completely not. They don't really agree with each other. They don't at all. Seems to is a big problem. That's exactly how it seems to happen. Create so everything come out into the vacuum, everything out of the void, or is stuff behind. It's just a bit of let's get into it. And what I want to say is two things. One thing is I'm going to be talking a little differently than what the slides are saying. So there's going to be a lot more information on the slides than what I say. So that's one thing that will be importantly different about this talk than other talks. And the reason why that is that this is so much information that I want to get out about Shouting with Me, and that I can only put it in the slides. If I talk about all of this, I would just be here all night. So there's a lot more information on the slides than is on that I'll be talking about, but I want to make sure the slides are there. So if you want to read the slides as I go, you'll get a lot more information from general flow. But if this is like a podcast style or something, then you'll be missing a lot of information by not looking at the slides. You do you. So we're going to be talking about Messiah. Judaism is we Shimon Akofa. We have to do this. The question is, what does it mean to be primarily during the Zoroastrian influence period that is associated with trade. It does begin to appear very late in the Tanakh. It seems to be the idea of a kind of chosen person by God to do some world historical thing. Now, in the Bible, it's not really clear what any of that means. In fact, the only person actually a pagan virus, it's a Persian king, it's not even a Jewish guy. So the idea that Cyrus is very important. Jews return to Judea, and that becomes grounds for them to refer to him as Messiah. He's the only person referred to as Messiah in the entire Bible. So if you go to the Bible, the only person referred to is a Persian king. Now, what ends up happening is that over time, this idea of Messiah evolved, changes. There are a lot of debates among Jews about what it is. There's never been a settled notion about what the Messiah is. To this very day, debates about the Messiah go on. It's never been a settled idea in Judaism. Typically, what's happened in Judaism, I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, is that people grab onto the Messiah, they want a person to be the Messiah, and they kind of backtrack their notion of Messiah onto that person. So you pick a person to be Messiah, and then you figure out what that means, and then you go to the Bible to prove that they are the Messiah. There is no ready-made theory of the Messiah out there. It just doesn't. Now, we'll talk about some rough and ready ideas of Judaism, but even they're pretty rough and ready. So, over time, what is happening is the notion becomes more and more mainstream in rabbinical Judaism. And by the Babylonian Talmud, there are long, protracted discussions about what Messiahs mean, what is it to be a Messiah. And even by then, by the 5th century of the Common Era, there's no agreement. So if you read Tractate Sanhedrin toward the very end, in the 90s of the Davim, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about even what they thought the Messiah was. What the Messiah can do, how to recognize the Messiah. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles allegedly that makes a Jew, according to Maimonides. So there's the idea that you can believe the Messiah, but it's still not hammered out what exactly the Messiah is. What we're going to do. And it's not even clear there's going to be one. Which is like a military leader. In fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach Lador, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is the Messiah's out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they have to be made a Messiah in actor. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see when I go through this list in a second why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. And this is true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has to fail. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, they have to be related by blood. Every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's the thing they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest, and they have to live 1,000 years. Well, one of the main problems with the Messiah is they tend to die. So, show me one that's lived, above the age of 60. So they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals hunt each other anymore. They have to cause every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes.
This bread that comes off the table, there's no baby there. If a kohen eats this bread, he's not eating the bread. Once the kohen is not eating the bread, so there's no meal. It's not considered function.
The son of the most,
And
in fact, almost all the literature overwhelmingly is going to be Messiah as a kind of military leader. Furthermore, there's the idea of Mashiach L'Dor, which is the notion that in every generation there is a sort of potential Messiah. That the Messiah is actually out there, and it's just a matter of them activating themselves, or getting activated, or God activates them, or somehow they get activated. And so the idea is the Messiah is out there. They're just a Messiah in potentia, but they have to be made a Messiah in actu. It's just that no one's been worthy of that task up till now. So, what little do we know about what the Messiah will do? How do we know a false Messiah from a real Messiah? Well, the stakes are pretty high, and you can see, go through this list in a second, why Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah, because it's very clear that Jesus has not accomplished any of the things that make a Messiah a Messiah, according to even the most general lists. This is true, by the way, not just of Jesus. It's true of every Messiah. Every Messiah has to fail. And so some of the list of things that they are supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, be related by blood to David, you trace your lineage back to David. They have to rebuild all the ruined cities of Israel. So every city in Israel that's been ruined over history has to be rebuilt. They have to construct a third temple. That's the thing that they have to do. They have to be both king and high priest. And they have to live 1,000 years. The problem with Messiah tends to die. So show me that's lived, so they tend to die and not live 1,000 years. They have to bring world peace. No big whoop. In fact, not only they have to bring, we're not even animals fight each other anymore. So that it's world peace at the level of not even animals fight each other anymore. They have called every nation in the world to worship the God of Israel. So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect and judge the dead, or at least they judge the dead. Maybe they don't resurrect them, but they judge them. In fact, they judge them by smell, which is weird. The Messiah is said to smell and judge. They can know your spot from sense. They stop all illness. They stop all death. They stop all Saturn. Calls all the Jews to immigrate to newly established Jewish the Mediterranean. They immigrate to Israel. So they got to do all that. It's the bare minimum, just to be clear. This is the big number. There are all kinds of things expected to do. It's just that they have to do to even be a candidate. Now, as you can tell, no person who's ever lived has ever done any one of these things, much less all of them. Now, according to the Christians, Jesus will come back and do all this stuff later, but, well, they've been waiting for 2,000 years, and this guy hasn't showed back up. So, at any rate, these are sort of the general outline of what we think of when we think of Messiah in Jewish theology. Of course, it's much more complicated than this. But typically, these are the bare bones things that make Messiah a Messiah, and the reason why we're still waiting for one. When we go back in time, to the world that's going to produce this false Messiah, there's a couple of things that are going to be important about the historical and cultural context. So I want to go through those relatively briefly. The first really important about the Jew is that rational philosophy has lost the fight to Kabbalah. Kabbalah has won. There is no Judaism. There's not much in the way of rationalistic Judaism. Rational Judaism has kind of gone out the window. And what's increasingly taken over at this point is a turn toward Kabbalah. Now, it's not to say that Kabbalah has spread very far and wide. It certainly is the dominant intellectual movement at the time. Most of the intellectuals are either going straight into legal stuff via the Talmud, or they are doing that in Kabbalah, but philosophy, for the most part, is just not a big part of the equation anymore. And so in some ways, it may just be an unchecked kind of enthusiasm around Kabbalah. The second thing that makes all this very important is the Alhambra Decree. Of course, the Alhambra Decree was a complete disaster for the Sephardic Jewish world in 1492, where all the Jews were basically ejected from Spain, and eventually ejected from Portugal as well. And this ejection did two things. One, it heightened messianic expectations. People really thought that this was the end of the world, because it was the end of their world. And the idea was that because it was the end of their world, perhaps God would intervene and save them. The how could God just let all these hundreds of thousands of people be kicked out of their homelands in Spain? God would intervene and fix it. Well, God didn't fix it, because that typically doesn't happen. What ends up happening is that people end up converting. They converted in mass, probably about the hundreds of thousands. They converted to Christianity. And what ended up happening is that they converted to Christianity and then eventually left and began to be Jewish again. Now, what ends up happening in some of these converso communities is really important. Is a couple of things that I want to go through relatively briefly. The first is an intense feeling of exile. An intense feeling of exile. They are experiencing exile in a deep way. Both their exile from their homeland, like Spain, and they are really wanting to return. And a big part of this is Nabi and Florian Kabbalah, and Kabbalah more generally is a kind of exile restoration motif. Secondly, there's just sort of an apocalyptic flair in Europe generally. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. But in the 1600s and the 17th century, apocalypticism, the idea the world was about to end, was just an overwhelming cultural aspect of what was going on in Europe at the time, both with Christians and with Jews. One of the things that's also important about this is a shift in converso communities, because they are more in contact with Christianity. They've been basically practicing Christianity and learning Christianity for quite some time now, at least a generation or two, is that their concept of what a Messiah was much more open to the idea of a spiritual Messiah, or a Messiah that didn't do all the political stuff. Now, the political aspect of the Messiah is essential to the notion of Messiah in Judaism. There's just no such thing as a spiritual Messiah in Judaism. Messiah in Judaism is always a political entity. They're always a king and a high priest. They always change the world in concrete, this worldly manners. Well, the Christian idea of Messiah isn't that. The Christian idea of Messiah is Jesus did not fix the world, Jesus fixed sin. And because Jesus fixed sin, it's completely invisible, and the political world keeps on keeping on until Jesus comes back. Well, the idea that these conversos came into that spiritualized Messiah meant they were more open to non-traditional ideas of Messiah more generally. You see this in the chapter spaces. They were also open to the idea that of what we might call theological obsessionists, is that amazed as Christians, they were told the idea that Judaism had been superseded by Christianity. Christianity had come along and corrected all the errors of Judaism, and that Christianity was the superseding, corrected religion, and that Judaism was outmoded. What's important about that is the idea that Judaism in some ways can be replaced. So they're going to convert back to Judaism, they're going to revert back to Judaism, they're going to be much more open to the idea that the fundamental things about Judaism can be changed. Traditional Jewish communities would not be open to that idea, but many of these conversion communities and many of these conversion people would be open to it. And also they're going to be much more open to what we call antinomianism, which is just to say that for a traditional Jewish community, observance of Jewish law, observance of the Sabbath, observance of kashrut, observance of certain aspects of Jewish law are just not questionable. They're not up for grabs. We're not living in the Reconstructionist world of the 21st century. The traditional Jewish world is very clear. You cannot abandon any aspect of Judaism. You can't negotiate with it. You have to do it or not do it. It's not up for grabs. But for these conversion communities, there's much more of the idea that you could violate the law, but the law is not immutable. But the law is something that can be read as a metaphor, or it can be read as a way that can be changed. That one could alter Jewish law in the interest of spiritual or somehow higher notions. An idea that's completely foreign to traditional Jewish ideas, but very much in the strain of those who have been exposed to Christianity. Further, the situation in Europe is just such that, in general, people expected a kind of apocalypse. That was just in the air in the 17th century. Christians, Jews, Muslims, basically everybody thought the world was about to end in a very, very intense way. Comets started appearing, all kinds of weird stuff was happening, and people were really convinced the world was about to end. Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates ideas very, very rapidly. And that's one of the great things about printing. You can disseminate ideas very rapidly. You can also disseminate ideas very What's one good example of this? One good example of the 10 tribes of Israel. They had returned in Saudi Arabia, what is now Saudi Arabia. They had returned to Arabia. They had amassed a giant army led by this general, and that the 10 tribes of Israel had overtaken Mecca and had destroyed Mecca and had conquered Islam. This idea is completely nuts. It's not grounded in any history at all. But there were repeated broadsheets printed through Europe where people really did believe that the 10 tribes of Europe were literally about to reconquer Israel and bring about the end of the world. This was a very common idea. So these kind of dissemination of bonkers notions were very, very popular. Not just that, but there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people to believe the world was about to undergo some big change. Columbus's discovery of the so-called New World. There were the ongoing religious wars of the 100 Years' War, the Protestant Reformation. There was tons of talk about the Antichrist. Everybody was the Antichrist. The Protestants thought the Pope was the Antichrist. The Pope thought Martin Luther was the Antichrist. There's the witch trials. There are all kinds of things going on. You want to get an idea about this time period, right? I'm sure most folks have all heard of Michel de Nostradamus, right? Nostradamus is famous for his quatrains. He dies in 1566. It's around he's living in roughly this time. So what's going on here is that the entire world is basically expecting a kind of messianic or apocalyptic event. And so in some ways, had it not been Shabbatai Tzvi, it'd have been somebody else. I really am convinced of that. It just happened to be Shabbatai Tzvi. Also, there's a huge massacre in Poland that kills thousands, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky pogrom, they had the largest single killing of Jews prior to the Holocaust, which also occurred in Poland. And there was this massive killing, maybe up to 100,000 Jews. We're not sure how many died. But it was probably the largest mass killing of Jews up until the Holocaust. And also, again, we have this messianic expectation that emerges in the aftermath of this time. And it's into that situation that we meet Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai is born into a mercantile family on Tisha B'Av and on Shabbat. That's why he's called Shabbatai. It's not uncommon for, it wasn't uncommon then, at least, for people born on Shabbat to be named Shabbatai. It's an honor to be born on Shabbat. Now no one calls their kids Shabbatai anymore because of how bad Shabbatai Tzvi's reputation has become. But he's also born on Tisha B'Av. You may know this, that on Tisha B'Av it's a custom in Eicha Rabbah, Midrash, that the Messiah is going to be born on Tisha B'Av. As you probably know, Tisha B'Av is the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. It's the day of mourning. It's when all these bad things happen. The temple's destroyed and World War I started and all kinds of bad things. Of course, don't get uprising and crush. All kinds of bad things happen on Tisha B'Av. It's a day of mourning. Well, the idea from Eicha Rabbah is that the Messiah will be born on Tisha B'Av. It will convert the day of mourning into a day of celebration. So already we have Shabbatai being born on just the right day, and not just being born on Tisha B'Av, but also being born on Shabbat. And this is already an auspicious start here in 1626 in Izmir, Turkey. Izmir, as you may know, is the site of ancient Ephesus. So I've been to Izmir. It's the site of ancient Ephesus. By the 1640s, as Shabbatai is growing a little older, he begins to engage in some pretty strange practices already. He's not involved in the mercantile practices of his family. He begins to turn his attention to ascetic practices. And he begins to drown himself, I would say, in reading the Sefer Zohar and the Sefer HaKanah. The Sefer HaKanah is a book where a student questions the teacher about the various laws, and the teacher tells the student why we do the laws the way that we do. The idea of questioning the law is going to be a big part of Shabbatai's life, as you'll see in just a bit. Also, it's around this time that Shabbatai, around his teens, that he has this vision of this experience of his penis being damaged by a demon. It's not clear exactly what happened, but sexual issues will plague Shabbatai his entire life. And so the idea that he's being afflicted by the demoness Naamah, who was a demoness in the Zohar. You may know her better. That's the name of Noah's wife, actually. But this demoness Naamah, who we find in the Zohar, is said to have done something to Shabbatai's penis and causes him all kinds of problems. And it's around this time, in his teenage years, he also begins to experience these periods of what he calls illumination. Doing all kinds of strange behaviors. Last 4 seconds, he's been plunged into a period of darkness where he basically won't get out of bed, and he's sure everything is the worst, and everything's terrible. So he's probably suffering. Most psychologists I've talked to diagnose him after his death, of course, as something like manic depression. But he also, at the same time, he now began to claim that he could do supernatural. In fact, he claimed to levitate of his friend that used to deserve to see him because they weren't righteous enough, they weren't pure enough. But he really did levitate according to Shabbatai. He tries to fix it by marrying him off, which is the common solution for things back in the day. Just get married and things will get better. Shabbatai refused to consummate either marriage. He just basically would not have sex with these women. And these women complained that Shabbatai was basically just studying the Zohar all the time. These illuminations, darkness fits. He wouldn't have sex with them, and his marriages were dissolved. And of course, as you imagine, this is a huge problem for his family. It's a huge embarrassment for his family. But he just refuses to have sex with these women for whatever reason, and they divorce him. And so he's twice divorced by the summer of 1648. And on June 11th, 1648, he has a vision of Prophet Elijah coming to him and telling him that he is the Messiah, basically anointing him and making him into the Messiah. And we're told that he began to exude fragrance from his body. So this is a thing that's commonly talked about Shabbatai Tzvi, is that he smelled really good. He had this intense fragrance coming off his body constantly. And so he told some of his close friends and his family that he was the Messiah. I don't know how they responded to this, but typically he kept it pretty secret. In the aftermath of him thinking he was the Messiah, even though secretly by 1651, Shabbatai is kicked out of his. He is exiled from his homeland. He's kicked out. He's exiled for reasons that aren't terribly clear exactly. But one of the things that we do know that he was doing at this time was that during prayers he was enunciating the divine name of God during prayer. This is a no-no in Judaism. You're not allowed to say God's name, and Shabbatai was doing this in prayer, along with some other strange things he was up to, and this eventually led to him being kicked out of the community of Izmir. He'll come back with a vengeance. The period that he's roaming around is typically referred to as the years of darkness by the community of folks who believe in Shabbatai Tzvi. The period of the years of darkness has him traveling around all through the Mediterranean world. We don't know his exact itinerary, but we know he traveled all around Egypt and the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean basin, and he did some strange things. He would settle in the really heavily Kabbalistic city of Salonika, and what is now Greece, and there he publicly married a Torah scroll. That also was not a thing you should do. That got him kicked out of Salonika. He seems to have made a pretty strong impression on people as he traveled. Now, making a strong impression is not making a good impression, and so he often made a bad impression on people because they thought he was crazy, or maybe he was a prophet, or a Kabbalist, or whatever. But he made an impression on people no matter where he went, and eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into the family of a very wealthy leader of the Jewish community, and it's there that Shabbatai actually got a job being basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would go to Jerusalem and he would raise money for the community there. The community in Jerusalem was notoriously poor, and what he would do is he would go back and forth raising money from local folks trying to get the Jerusalem community back online. It was actually on one of these missions of fundraising back in Cairo that an orphan from the massacres that I mentioned in Poland earlier actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a piece of work herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker, And she was a former orphan that had been orphaned by the massacres in Poland, and she had traveled all the way through places like Livorno and Amsterdam, where she eventually made her way to Cairo, and she made her name as a pretty famous sex worker, something like a not exactly a courtesan, but famous sex worker. And when Shabbatai was in Cairo, he actually heard about her reputation, and one of the things that she claimed was that she would marry the Messiah. That was her big plan. So she would marry the Messiah, and Shabbatai took this as a sign, sent for her, since she was in Livorno at the time. He sent for her, then she came to Cairo, married her in the house of this really famous Jewish leader in Cairo. And he did this probably as part of his messianic buildup, because as you may know, the prophet Hosea also married a sex worker as a he was acting out his prophecy by marrying this sex worker. And what's interesting is that Sarah basically remained loyal to him until she died. She was with him all the way in his very tumultuous life, as we'll see. She died in 1674, and they were divorced briefly, but they were together for basically their entire adult life. And so they lived for a year until Shabbatai eventually made his way back to Jerusalem. But on the way to Jerusalem, he stops in Gaza. He stops in Gaza because he wants to meet a young and up-and-coming Kabbalist. That young and up-and-coming Kabbalist is a 23-year-old Nathan Benjamin Ben Elisha Chaim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan of Gaza is probably one of the leading Kabbalist, up-and-coming Kabbalist minds at the time. From his writings, we can see that he understands not just Kabbalah in general, but he also even understands really higher level debates that are going on inside of Kabbalah. So he even knows that there are specific schools of Lurianic Kabbalah, and Nathan of Gaza is actually wading into the waters of these really technical debates found around the nature of Kabbalah as it's being developed. Now, what ends up happening is Nathan of Gaza is also himself not just a mystic, but a kind of prophet, and he's having visions. He begins to have visions as a young man, and these visions are such that he becomes kind of a mystical healer. Now, that idea of a mystical healer isn't completely foreign to Judaism. We actually see the same idea, for instance, in Luria. Luria is a physician of the soul, as I sometimes refer to. And there's the idea that people like Luria and Nathan of Gaza can cure spiritual diseases that you have by diagnosing those spiritual diseases and by giving you a tikkun or a cure, a reparation. And that cure will fix your spiritual illness. It will solve your spiritual problems. And so it seems like what ends up happening is that Shabbatai's feet actually travels to Gaza to meet with Nathan, and to basically become cured of his what we might call manic depression, cycles of illumination and darkness. Well, what ends up happening is that he ends up traveling to Gaza. He stays with Nathan for several weeks, and in the several weeks they go on these very long walks. They walk from Gaza to Jerusalem, which is quite a long walk, and they also walk from Jerusalem to Hebron. And it's in those Nathan tells Shabbatai that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He lays it on Shabbatai. He's like, not only can I cure you, but you don't need to be cured. You're the Messiah. To be the Messiah, but I gave it up. He seems to be in one of his dark periods in this whole business. What ends up happening eventually is that Nathan eventually announces the entire Shabbatai is the Messiah business in near Shavuot 1665, and Nathan is possessed by this Magid spirit. This is all incredibly weird. And eventually, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai is experiencing a profound one of these depression periods. And then 3 days later, he declares that people every once in a while come along and say they're the Messiah. And what typically happens is that no one believes them, or very few people believe them. And get themselves killed. That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening with Shabbatai is absolutely shocking. In Gaza, he declares he's the Messiah, and he announces that the Sabbath is to be abolished, and he abolishes it. He does not observe the fast, and rather than observe the fast, he announces that the fast is abolished it, that the days of the Messiah are here, the days of fasting are over, we can now all celebrate. And he takes, at this point, he has about 40 followers to Jerusalem, and he declares himself the Messiah in Jerusalem. He says, I am the Messiah. He tries to get on top of the Temple Mount to perform a sacrifice, basically, to try to inaugurate the reality of the third temple. He also begins to refer to himself as the Amirah, Adonenu Malkeinu Yaram Hodo. And the Jerusalem community stops him. They're like, you're nuts. You're crazy. You cannot go on the Temple Mount. There's a mosque up there. So the local rabbis actually turned him over to the local Qadi. Qadi is basically the mayor of Jerusalem, the Turkish mayor of Jerusalem, and they turn him over to the bar. The Qadi doesn't arrest him. Not only does he not arrest him, he allows Shabbatai to go around horseback, ride on horses. It was against Islamic law for Jews to ride on horses. It was exclusively purview of Muslims. But for whatever reason, they're probably thinking this guy's crazy. Lets him ride around, circle around Jerusalem, waving this green banner 7 times. And this is proof for Shabbatai's followers that he's actually important. He's actually the Messiah. Because he is able to basically not get arrested by the local Qadi, and he is allowed to circle the city on horseback 7 times. So summoning up some Jericho imagery. Further, he allows his followers to eat forbidden food, certain parts of the which the Bible calls engage in violations of Jewish law. These violations of Jewish law, he even develops, has a special blessing for violating Jewish law on purpose. And eventually the rabbis at Jerusalem send a complaint against Shabbatai all the way to the chief rabbi of the Ottoman Empire in Istanbul. Well, what ends up happening, Shabbatai is run out of Jerusalem. The Jerusalem community, which previously liked him, at least to some degree, they certainly liked him singing. He's a very good singer and very charismatic. They run him out of Jerusalem, and what ends up happening, Shabbatai departs for Aleppo, now in modern Syria. And what happens there is that Nathan's already sent letters ahead of Shabbatai to the folks in Aleppo, specifically letters explaining, using very complex Kabbalistic justifications, things like the Treatise of the Dragons and other kinds of documents, that Shabbatai is in fact the Messiah, and that they need to welcome him as the Messiah. Well, it's not clear exactly how and why the folks in Aleppo were so heavily convinced of the letters that Nathan of Gaza wrote, but they were clearly convinced of them because when he arrived in Aleppo, it is a fanfare, ticker-tape parade for Shabbatai to be. He is welcomed into Aleppo with open arms. He's openly declared the Messiah. He stays there for about 3 weeks, and it is a complete wave of enthusiasm. There are people prophesying in the streets that the Messiah has come. He basically converts much of the crowd of Aleppo, most of the Jewish community of Aleppo, to him. He basically converts them to Messianism. And he gets perhaps one of his most important allies this time. And that important ally is the son of the scientist, one of the main people responsible for the Messiah or for the Kabbalah. He's been dead now, but his son is living in Aleppo, and his son declares that Shabbatai is the Messiah. So it's like the son of the most important Kabbalist of all time, basically declaring that this guy's the Messiah in Aleppo. It is a huge explosion in enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo. After spending 22 days in Nathan is still back in Gaza, feverish, writing letters, and fever started these tracts and prayer books, prophecies. He's sending these all over the better PR man than Nathan of Gaza, and Nathan is sending this stuff everywhere. Everybody's getting it. People are getting very excited about the things that Shabbatai can do. Allegedly, and what ends up happening is that Shabbatai makes his way back home to Izmir. And as soon as he's there, well, he falls into depression. He falls into depression. He's in the depression for weeks, and it's not until that he emerges from the depression. And it's around this time that the local rabbi gets the writ of excommunication, basically, or gets what will become the writ of excommunication from Istanbul. And sometime around Hanukkah of that year, there is an explosion of tension. There are the pro-Shabbatites people and the anti-Shabbatite people. And what ends up happening is the anti-Shabbatite guy actually is leading prayers on the Sabbath, and literally Shabbatai grabs an axe and hacks his way on the Sabbath into the Portuguese synagogue, and then chases the other rabbi out of the building. He says he cleansed it of the evil forces that were inside the synagogue, and then he sets himself up as kind of a king inside the Portuguese synagogue after chasing the other rabbi out with an axe, basically. Not only that, the guy who he chased out, the rabbi who he chased out in his own hometown, that rabbi's daughters fall into prophetic fits, declaring Shabbatai to be the Messiah. So this guy's getting from all sides. He's being chased around by Shabbatai with an axe, and his own daughters are falling into these enthusiastic trances, declaring that Shabbatai is the Messiah. He does the same thing. He pronounces the divine name. There's all kinds of things that begin to go on. He sings Christian songs in the synagogue. He allows women to come to the Bima to read from the Torah. There are just all kinds of things he begins to do when he's back in Izmir that are rapidly raising the ire of the local, of the larger Jewish community of the world. It's around this time also that he consummates his marriage with his wife. Apparently he had not done that yet. And she shows the bloody cloth that she has to prove that the marriage was consummated to great fanfare. And so all kinds of things happen here at Izmir that are slowly earning the attention of the wider world. This guy Shabbatai is really beginning to act out in very, very strange ways. So on December 30th, at the end of the year, he sets sails with some of his followers to Istanbul. Now, what's happened by the time that he set sails, by the 30th of December, is that in 1666, by early 1666, Nathan of Gaza's letters have reached everywhere. Everywhere. As far as Brazil, people in Brazil have heard about Shabbatai's feet by the time he set sail, and by the time he arrives in Istanbul in early 1666. And so everyone, London, Hamburg, Sanaa in Yemen, Amsterdam, everybody increasingly thinks he's the Messiah. By 1666, by the summer of 1666, the estimates range, but the general estimate is about half the world's Jewish population have become convinced he's the Messiah. With some places, like the Amsterdam community, largely a universal community, basically having packed their bags, looked convinced that Shabbatai was literally about to take over the entire world. So that entire community, many people in that community, packed their bags, had them on the dock, and were waiting to go home back to Israel because Shabbatai had done the whole thing. So this was a overwhelming part of the Jewish community, at least half, maybe more. Even Spinoza weighed in about Shabbatai and stuff. Spinoza knew about it. But sadly, we don't have Spinoza's letter, so we don't know exactly what he believed was going on. Well, the trip from Izmir to Istanbul should only have taken a couple of weeks, but it took 39 days. They had very, very bad weather, and what had happened is that Shabbatai, the news of Shabbatai coming to Istanbul gets ahead of him, and because it gets ahead of him, as soon as he arrives in Istanbul, he's arrested. The Turkish government knows what this guy is. They know what he's coming there to do. He's coming there basically to declare his messiahdom in Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And the idea, I think, is basically he's going to take over the Ottoman Empire. He's just going to take the whole thing over as the king of everything. He's the king of the Ottoman Empire. So he's arrested. He's even beaten by one of the Shabbatians as the Migdal Oz, Tower of Strength, and he's put into captivity, but he's put into very luxurious captivity. His followers, which at this point amass probably in the thousands, are sending enormous amounts of money to him. So that allows him to basically bribe his guards, and he lives in. He's kind of living like a king inside of this prison, basically. And it's inside this prison that he sees emissaries from Yemen, from Europe, from all over. And it's in this prison situation in the Migdal Oz that he begins to basically hold court as if he were a king. He's dressed like a king, acts like a king, and he is doing all kinds of things while he is imprisoned here in the beginning of 1666. And he's receiving, like I said, emissaries from all over. And these emissaries really do believe that despite the fact that he's in prison, it's only a matter of time until he reveals that he really is the Messiah. So he's receiving emissaries from all over, and they are going back and really preaching the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi. It's at this time in 1666 that the Shabbatian movement was at its peak, although it's only been really operating now for about 2 years. What ends up happening is that a hater basically ruins everything for him. This guy named Nehemiah Cohen arrives from Gallipoli, and he's heard about that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah. He meets with him, and basically he's come to disillusion. He's not really the Messiah. It's probably because Nehemiah Cohen thought he was the Messiah, inter-Messiah beef. And he tells the Sultan, basically, or at least the emissaries of the Sultan, teaching all kinds of debaucherous activity. And what ends up happening is that on September 15th, look, here's the skinny. Here's your test, right? Here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your messiahdom if you pass one test. And the test is this. We're going to strip you naked. We're going to bring in a bunch of archers. And they're going to shoot with their... And if you survive, if the arrows bounce off of you, we'll all convert. And if not, well, you'll die. And they say, all right, Shabbatai, you're the Messiah, right? Let's do this. And so, Shabbatai very probably says, nope, I'm not the Messiah, I'm just a rabbi. He does not want to be shot with a bunch of arrows. And so the vizier of the Ottoman Empire says, okay, Shabbatai, well, you have one option now. You can convert to Islam or you'll be impaled. Today, you have 5 minutes to decide. You can convert to Islam or you will be impaled. And Shabbatai, not being stupid, though he might have been crazy, converts. He converts to Islam. He becomes Aziz Ahmed Effendi. And he converts on September 16th, 1666. And not only does he convert, the Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that he converted. And he appoints him to a basically ceremonial position as a gatekeeper, basically. And because he becomes a ceremonial gatekeeper, he's actually an official member of the Sultanate court, and he gets him a really nice fur coat, and he has basically the most cushy job ever. These gatekeepers were basically just cushy positions given to members of the court, and Shabbatai could do basically whatever he wanted. So in many ways, he came out all the better, at least materially. I mean, obviously being shot through an arrow would have been really bad, or being impaled would have been really bad. But the vizier and the sultan really aren't out to get this guy. They basically just want him to go away as a problem, and so they give him the cushiest job they can, and basically give him a pension, so that hopefully he won't just quit. And because they're crazy and never quit, they're going to get themselves more and more trouble. And Shabbatai's very lucky that he was not shot through an arrow. I think had he not had a lot of wealthy friends, I think we'd have had one shish kebab Messiah on our hands. But he had a lot of wealthy friends, and he doesn't end up a shish kebab. So what ends up happening is that, the first thing that happens is that news of his apostasy spreads all throughout the Jewish world. And this is really bad. This is really bad. Half the Jewish world thought the guy was the Messiah. They had packed their bags. They were already putting Shabbatai's feet in their prayers. The prayer book had been changed to include Shabbatai's feet as the Messiah. People were really convinced that this guy was going to basically overtake the Ottoman Empire and the world was going to come to an end. They had packed their bags. They were literally on the docks in Amsterdam waiting for news. And the news they got was, oh yeah, he converted to Islam. He did what? He converted to what? Like, yeah, he apostatized. He's not doing it.
This is athleticism.
All the people that are that it says that the whole entire parish of words talks about man, Zachar. That's the thing with Rabbi says. How can we even include it? We add her, we say that these actual words. How do they know that a woman is too poor if they already used up money on this? That she medicine in the love of him. So if you're not saying what doesn't only can learn, but Russia from the book. Some say, look at Mishnah. You're doing great here, no? Telling you this against Hakol Sullivan. I love this. Everybody does me. Everybody besides everybody. We let no one on the list. Why? I'll tell you what my first hit right off the bat. I call some quotes the Cheresh Shofar. This should take away 99% of society. I call something puts the Cheresh Shofar. These three, it's a death seal, right? Always. Cheresh doesn't mean death. Cheresh means death seal. So when the time of the they were literally considered they don't have das. You can't have money. There's a shofar. With this, you have to have the money. You have to be able to say, I believe, I'm leaning on this. I'm doing the Shabbat. Besuma and a blind man can ask to sleep. They're not free. And I don't work with the evidence, the Shaliach, the slave, the Shliach, and a woman. Then says the Mishnah is Smicha Shyoret. The smicha is the leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean it's the leftovers? It's not the mitzvah. It's not ma'akim. So if you didn't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another card. How do you do it? Al-Rosh B'Shtei Yadayim. 2 hands on the head. Al-Rosh B'Shtei Yadayim. Smicha is 2 hands. So the Mishnah in Bukhari says 2 halachas. It actually pops up here as 2 halachas. You want to say that it's 1 halacha. I just want to say the design of the custom as if it's umbrella for what? It's a place, but maybe it is. It's one halacha that comes up to see that the same area where you do the smicha, you take the smicha shtika. So you notice over here in the puzzle, there's some Yodeh Rothschild, that's the beginning of the house, and right afterwards it says Shachar. So smicha and they're going one after the other, they follow each other. There shouldn't be any, basically, there shouldn't be a hefsek between. You have also like it's a lot of takeful the broccoli, like you wash your hands, you say broccoli. There's a certain like one after another. That kind of a logic. Says the more addition of Persian the Kaka. That's easy. I know Persian the Kaka can't do because the last many days need Kavana, they don't have Kavana. Rafinami that I could guess, baby short circle, main going to. So I'm just gonna steal from places over here. With all the bags and the Pashas, the Gemara says that it's no sweeter by women, it's more than the with the same concept. The name is wrong. The name is wrong, not the name is wrong. Okay. Hello. Why is a blind man excluded from Simcha? Achloitis. Rav Chizda, Rabbi Rothschild, Chadol Atzis, because Simcha is nicknamed. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the parallel double. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if the person is blind, that's wrong. You can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's the and God has to see. So clearly, so we learn Simcha that by Simcha also, the person can't be blind. So places on the base, I know I put it in the slide, but I can't find it out. He said, this is just it even says that it belongs on the house. Sure. Yep. So it says,
So as you can imagine, that's bad. Not only is it bad, it's incredibly embarrassing. All the Christians just took it as more proof that the Jews were full of it. It's completely crazy Jewish people, stupid Jewish people can't understand anything. And not only that, the Jews who remained anti-Messiah, folks like Manasseh and Israel and Amsterdam, they were able to greatly close their grasp on the Messianist factions. So this was a disaster, a titanic disaster in the Jewish world. And it was it's probably one of the greatest intellectual disasters in Jewish history. Nathan wouldn't hear about the apostasy until the summer of 1666, or 1667 actually. He left Gaza and fled to, basically ran over to where you can basically find Shabbatai. And the big debate at this time was, what did the apostasy mean? Now, one thing that you know about Messiahs is that when Messiahs do terrible things like die or convert to another religion, it's not a problem, because it's all part of the plan. That's how delusions go. Delusions are never disproven. Delusions are only reinforced, no matter how ridiculous the delusion is. So, Shabbatai's apostasy was not apostasy, it was part of the plan. It was all part of the plan. Now, what happens here? Nathan of Gaza circulated a letter saying, no, this is part of the plan, don't freak out, don't lose faith. It's very important to maintain faith. So there are actually a couple of different theories that were going around at the time about what really happened. One theory, the craziest theory, is that somehow Shabbatai really was now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. There were some people that continued to believe that. And not only had he not converted, he was just now the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire somehow. Another way is that he had converted, but he converted in order to take power away from the Sultan. So yes, he was a Muslim, but only temporarily, because he was about to get power from the Sultan somehow. Who knows how that's supposed to work? The third reason was that he converted as part of a Kabbalistic plan to redeem the deepest, darkest levels of demonic power, the Klipot. And the reason why he converted was to descend into the apostasy of Islam to redeem the Muslims and bring them along as part of the Kabbalistic plan. So his apostasy wasn't really apostasy, it was him sacrificing himself, a suffering servant. By plunging himself into the Klipot, he would be able to somehow engage in a greater act of devotion. The fourth theory about what happened was that he had not really converted, but that the real Shabbatai had actually gone into heaven, and that what was left behind was a kind of illusion Shabbatai. So the real Shabbatai is in heaven or somewhere else. He's gone into the supernal realms as part of the grand act of redemption, and that the Shabbatai that had converted was a kind of illusion or a kind of shadow or something. So it really wasn't Shabbatai. So these are the big four theories that circulated about what happened when Shabbatai converted to Islam. It seems like Nathan of Gaza accepted some version of 3 and 4. He accepted some version of 3 and 4, more 3 than 4, but certainly accepted 3. And his position was, yes, Shabbatai converted to Islam, but this was a temporary thing. That he would eventually redeem Islam, redeem the Muslims, and that he would emerge out of Islam back to Judaism, and he would emerge as having redeemed this fallen religion. Shabbatai, for what it's worth, basically fell into a Titanic depression, as you can imagine. I mean, he basically just become an apostate. He fell into a deep depression. In fact, he wrote to his brother Elijah and said, "Hey, leave me alone. I'm a Turk now. I don't want to deal with Jews. I'm done. He plunged into a really, really, really deep depression. Nathan of Gaza never gave up the faith. In fact, to the end, he never gave it up. And so, not only does the Shabbatian movement not die in the aftermath of the 66 conversion, but what Nathan of Gaza, the working of the myth actually caused it to flourish. It calcified the new religion. One thing we should time. Alright, so what I want to do is what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to finish Shabbatai Tzvi, and then we'll do Nathan of Gaza. We'll do the Frankists next time because it gets even crazier than Shabbatai. So we'll finish Shabbatai Tzvi tonight. We'll do the Frankists next time, and that'll also give us a transition perhaps into Hasidism, which I'm sure my Hasidic people absolutely hate, but they are connected in a weird way. He has a son, Ishmael Mordechai, which is a fantastically Jewish Muslim name. Ishmael's the Islamic name, Mordechai is a Jewish name. And what ends up happening is that Shabbatai continued to live as the gatekeeper, this ceremonial position. He lives a kind of mixed life. He's sort of quasi-Jewish. He's Jewish under the cover of night, I suppose, but he's publicly living as a Muslim. And people continue to come to visit him, believing he's the Messiah. Then they do believe that he's doing this business of raising the klipot, of raising his act of apostasy is actually a Kabbalistic act of redemption. And so over time, it seems like Shabbatai Tzvi also begins to believe this as well. And again, Shabbatai also suffers from these deep depressions. It's not clear what he believes at any given moment, but slowly it seems like Shabbatai does come around to the idea that he might actually still be the Messiah. Now, the Muslim leadership of the Ottoman Empire gets word of this. They don't like the idea that he's secretly still living as a Jew. And so what ends up happening is that the rabbis of Istanbul, the chief rabbis of Istanbul, are exhausted with Shabbatai continuing to basically hold court as a kind of quasi-messiah. And on the 12th of September 1672, they go to the Pasha, which is a high-ranking member of the Ottoman court, and they basically tell the Pasha, this guy's not really a Muslim. Yeah, he's converted, but he's living as an apostate. He's not living as Muslim. And not just that, but he's doing to what is now Montenegro. Basically, he's exiled to get away from all the Jews. The Pasha kicks him out anywhere. They throw him to the most obscure, one of the most inaccessible regions of the Ottoman Empire, basically to get him away from his Jewish world, his Jewish community. And it's there in exile, in an even further exile, that his wife Sarah would die. He would take another wife, Aisha, and he would die alone in Montenegro in the year 1676. In fact, I think his brother visited him, and he asked, "How long are you going to hold on to me?" And he said famously, and this is a bit of obscure, he said, "Perhaps you can see that rock on the coast." It was a really far away rock. But at any rate, on September 17th of the 1676, he dies during Ne'ilah of Yom Kippur. He dies as the gates are closing. And his last Jewish act as Messiah, I suppose, was to request a machzor and Yom Kippur prayer book so that he could say the prayers of Yom Kippur. And we're told that Shabbatai Tzvi, or the Amirah, or Aziz Mehmed Effendi actually prayed and was praying Jewish prayers as he died on Yom Kippur near Ne'ilah. He was intentionally buried somewhere that no one could ever find him. The legend is that he was buried in a cave near the sea, and when his brother had come to visit him, there was a trap out of the cave, and when they came back, the cave, the dragon was gone, and then the cave was full of light, and Shabbatai's body was nowhere to be found. Empty tomb, very much like the Jesus story. The empty tomb of Shabbatai Tzvi, but he's ascended into heaven, or at least gone into occultation, and no one knows to this day, by the way, where Shabbatai Tzvi was buried. It's not clear at all what happened to his body. Of course, his body vanishing only adds to the idea that somehow he is hiding, he has become resurrected. Nathan of God is our guy. He's the Messiah all the way up to his death on January the 11th of 1680. Many years after Shabbatai died, he continued to write pro-Shabbatian tracts all the way to the end. He said that Shabbatai wasn't dead, that he was hidden, or that he had ascended into heaven, or he had transfigured somehow. And he died eventually in Skopje, in Macedonia. He's trying to live closer to Shabbatai Tzvi. And his grave, actually, until it was destroyed during the Second World War, was an object of veneration. Shabbatians continued to flock to his grave. Now, you would think that with Shabbatai dead, and with Nathan of Gaza dead, that this entire movement, as bizarre as it is, would just peter out with both of these guys dead. In 1680, that should be the end of the Shabbatian movement. Well, if you thought that, you'd be dead wrong, because Shabbatianism is about to explode from a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand people, to tens of thousands of people. It's going to form a completely new religion. Shabbatianism is going to form a totally new religion. And that totally new religion is going to be led primarily by Shabbatai Tzvi's second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved. She had both names. So what we'll get to next time, we'll probably spend an entire another section on Shabbatianism, the rise of Shabbatianism, because there's so much to do. We'll talk about the religion that emerged, died. He's going to continue the 1880s. That is when the last Shabbatians that we know of die, is in the 1880s. It's probably the case they survived after that. There were Shabbatians after the 1880s that survived in the Shabbatian world. We think that maybe the Holocaust actually killed the last of the Shabbatians. We don't even know for sure, because part of what is true about them is they don't tell people they're Shabbatians. It's part of their religion to hide their religion. And so the Shabbatian movement is going to continue to function. Still be Shabbatians in Turkey right now. That religion might still be alive. The issue is we don't know. Most scholars think that it's a Turk. She took out the Federation. She took it because she came from a Shabbatian family, and she said that her family, her grandfather, had continued belief as a Shabbatian, but that his parents didn't. Her parents didn't, and she didn't. But she knew that she came from a family that believed in Shabbatai Tzvi. that was part of their family history. And I asked her, are there any Shabbatians left in Turkey? And she said that she had not met any. That she knew of families that were Shabbatian families, but she didn't know of anyone practicing Shabbatianism any longer. So many scholars think that it's gone extinct, but it's up in the air. Because again, part of how the religion operates is by keeping it secret. So next week what we'll do is we'll talk about the second part of all this. How a basically manic depressive messiah who converted to another religion and died, managed to give rise to a completely new religion. And that religion, Shabbatianism, actually survived and may even survive up to this day. So we'll talk about that branch off of Kabbalah and how this Kabbalistic stuff had led to the Shabbat Tzvi movement. And if you've ever heard these rules around, you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married, etc., etc. If you've ever heard those rules only emerged after this whole business of Shabbat Tzvi, because of how much of a disaster this was in Jewish history. So the Shabbatian moment actually gives those rules. It's actually what's going to pump the brakes on the spread of Kabbalah, because up to this point, Kabbalah was spreading very rapidly, very publicly. After the Shabbat Tzvi episode, the rabbis are going to pump the brakes, because they're going to say, oh, this Kabbalah stuff is very dangerous, it led to this disaster. They're going to pump the brakes on it, and it's going to slow the spread of Kabbalah in some ways. Then it's going to give rise to a whole new religion, the religion of the Doneh, the religion of the continued belief in the messiahship of Shabbat Tzvi. So, wrap up Shabbat Tzvi. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free alchemy and magic, hermetic philosophy on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those info. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, religion.
Starting a new series, we are going through the office and all the things that together we had the soften this, the power of series. Now, today, all day we're going to speak about sleep. Besides the mission of all two exceptions to it. All the new robots do not. Chords in a parabol entice a sword on the shoulder. Parabol entice, in this context, we have later parabol entice and something else. But actually, over here it says parabol entice is parallel double. What's parallel double? Parallel double is when residents ever make a mistake and they say that the halacha is without.
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
All things, not all things. If this fact of the animal is what would affect, so it wasn't by itself, was it? So you have to read one rule. So there are two parallel balls. So it's the parallel double. It's an evidence of the Sriba. The sorry, we're going to see that it's a lot of what we see now. So choose which two. So you will this parallel. It says parallel double, and also the sorry Shara. It's the goat. But given these two goats, one is the chef filling, one goes to the it's when it's never making a mistake. And they say you can do it with results. So which is the Sarah Mishtaleh with the Sarah Babylon. Different type of version. And that code you have to do. And we're going to see in the Gemara. I don't think anybody argues that it must be done by somebody that it's involved. Somebody that's the owner, not Stam representative. And that's the theme throughout the speech. You can't just need to be a friend, you can't just need to for a partner. You have to be involved. So, all the runners and Yeltsin troops, every single person of an individual requires people. You two have a toy, nice, these are the three that we had yesterday that don't require instruction.
Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Oh yeah, baby. Hi, live audience. How are you? Make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. This is Brian Redband here. Hey. Look at the adorable Josh Martin running around. I'm excited about this, people. You guys ready for an exciting fucking night or what? I'm pumped about it. We just had an amazing weekend. Sold out Kill Tony shows in both Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, like 7 shows or something like that. It was crazy.
The amazing fun that happens on these live shows on the road. It's just incredible meeting different characters who aren't like as numb as the LA crowd. They haven't made, perhaps they don't have the drive as the people that have moved to LA. Perhaps they don't have the accessibility. Some of the stories are so much more intriguing sometimes. These people that can't leave their hometown but made the drive to Dallas or Houston or whatever.
Yeah, like those people that drove 5 hours from Arkansas, like a big gang of like 13 comics.
Yep.
That was terrific.
3 of them got on. It was incredible. So those were amazing. We have other fun shows coming up. I'm going to Boise, Idaho this weekend with Josh Martin. Sacramento, California, March 1, 2, and 3. And Kill Tony Live is going to be in Stand Up Live, Phoenix, Arizona. I believe that is April 1st. Right?
No, it's April 5th.
April 5th of 2018, Stand Up Live in Phoenix, Arizona, and then we all do comedy at the Tempe Improv after that. Did you know, Brian, that 66% of men lose their hair by age 35? Resolve not to be that guy who does nothing to keep his hair.
For Hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, sexual wellness for men. It's got medical-grade solutions, real doctors offering well-known generic generic pills, man. To brand name prescriptions to help you keep your hair. No herbal supplements, prescriptions.
From Halacha to Sinai generation, this is 2 that requires you, which it can't be the one that you're saying you're saying the one of the other. So I must be another one to start about it.
Coming live from the world famous comedy store. Brand new episode of Kill Tony. I couldn't help myself. I came out so early today. Oh, make some noise. It's the great Brian Redband is here. That means we're here to enjoy the #1 live podcast in the world. That's Josh Martin right there. Freakish fucking comedian, producer. We have Ryan J. Ebelt here, the house artist.
Yes, Ryan. Goes to the site RyanJEbelt.com. We've been signing all of them. Blah blah blah.
And they're amazing. I was just reading mine today. I'm cool with having that on my little red living room table. It's cool. It's cool. The itself is an amazing art piece.
Yeah, every page is a past episode. Cool.
Just got back from Boise, Idaho. I had so much fun with Josh Martin. I'm telling you, that fucking little freak is becoming a real crazy comedian. He's diabolical.
He's crushing.
And he did the same thing in Philly. He's a freak. I just want to say, just out of the goodness of my heart, look out for John. And he works with us here.
Yeah.
And this is a big fucking production we have. We're live streaming. We're not in VR 360 tonight. We have the HD. We're a podcast. Everything's happening. Are you hiring? Posting your position to job sites and waiting for the right people to see it? You shouldn't be, because ZipRecruiter, there's a smarter way, and they've built a platform that finds the right job candidates for you.
Yeah, it's like they really took the whole thing and took it to a different direction. They actually find you like the exact person you need, and like 80% of the employers get a qualified job candidate in just 24 hours. So it's a really good place if you want to find somebody. They really nail it in and get you the right person.
They know how to give you the right match. The right candidates are out there, and ZipRecruiter is how you find them. Businesses of all sizes trust ZipRecruiter for their hiring needs, and right now, our listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free.
What the?
That's right, free. You guys understand that?
Yeah.
You can hire people for something right now for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. One more time, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
You won't be disappointed. If you need somebody, do it for free. Just watch. Can't lose free.
Yeah, and free is good.
Yeah.
But it's also important to remember quality.
Yeah.
Right?
Usually you don't get quality with free.
Right. But sometimes you can. Sometimes great things can happen. I know one of the things that I love to do is have a Squarespace website.
Dude, you know who else wants Squarespace? Joe Rogan just took his whole website and put it over at Squarespace.
Whoa.
And you can make a website in like less than an hour. I can go to your house right now and put together a website in less than an hour, and so can you.
You know what's crazy? I'm going to interrupt you there. You don't even have to go to their house. You can make their website and then just give them the login information, then it's done.
Log in.
Because I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's how I did mine.
Parking? Really?
Yeah, I had a buddy that knows a little bit more than me actually just do it.
Yeah.
And he did a great job.
And you just had to log in, and there's a website for you.
It's unbelievable. You can make it yourself. Easily create a website by yourself or have your smarter friend do it for you quickly.
Yeah, and if you want to sell something, it has tools just to make a store, just like a Snap.
Head to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code KILL to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com. Enter the code KILL. If you don't have a website, you're crazy at this point. I mean, it's like not having a phone.
I know. It's the business card. Who has business cards now? Just go to my website.
Serial killers, that's who has business cards.
Yeah, people have things in their teeth.
Speaking of killers, can I bring out tonight's party girls? Two of my favorite comedians to work with. Two of the best, as always. You guys are in for a special treat. Fucking monsters. Make some noise for the great Mike Lawrence and Mary Lynn Rice Cup. What? Mary Lynn Rice Cup? From that Kevin Hart movie coming out in September? Called Night Cops? Is that Mike Lawrence? Taping his next special at Cap City, March 21 to 24th in Austin, Texas. You look like you have a beard ready for Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I was so excited for that down-to-fuck version of the X-Men theme. That was awesome.
It's definitely for you.
I guarantee we gonna be fucking.
You've been a guest on the show multiple times. We always have fun. I love meeting crazy people with you.
Yeah, I love sad, awful people.
So let's hope we get some sad, awful people up here tonight. So just, comedians, take that to heart. If you're nervous about your set, and just look at it this way. If it doesn't go good, you're in good hands. We're ready. It is our first time having the lovely and hilarious Mary Lynn Rice Cub on the show, everyone.
Hi. I'm hoping to see a lot of hope and a lot of potential.
Yes.
I'm looking for some raw talent.
I know. I love this. I love it. You look like you're wearing the shirt that Mike Lawrence usually wears.
Thank you. I'm trying to grow my beard out as well.
There's already a lot of...
Just stop loving yourself.
I love it. Let's bring up the band. It's my favorite band. It's a huge part of the show. We just had so much fun in Austin and Houston. So much fun that we basically broke even on having them come out with us today.
Yeah,
They are
it's fun though.
They are an expensive date. Put your hands together for the best damn band in the land, the improvising genius of the Kill Tony band. Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. And the bass player, Chroma Chris. Hey, look, it's Josh Martin on a saxophone over there. What's going on? Whoa, Jeremiah's on rollerblades and he has overalls. Oh my God, he just did a trick. Chroma Chris has a boogie board. What? Whoa, Pat Reagan has a pogo stick. No idea what's really going on up here right now. This looks like a ticking time bomb.
I
Oh.
think I've had sex with these
Oh
guys.
shit, here comes the viral video, everybody. Alright. It's a long intro. Fuck yeah.
It's the Ninja Turtle writer's room.
Wow.
This is what I thought California was when I was 8 years old. Yes, dude.
Whoa! Is that what it is? You guys are like California guys?
We're the Kiltony Extreme Sports Team, dude. Boycotting the fucking Olympics, dude.
Whoa!
They look like Anthony Kiedis' pallbearers.
Have I had sex with any of you guys? Or all?
Yes, go ahead. Jeremiah, clearly wearing, I don't even know if that's considered a wig, but, what are the, is that?
Dude, I got plunks, dude. Looks like Robert Marley.
There's Josh Martin handing off the saxophone to the, you look like you're in better shape. You been losing weight?
Lost 22 to 30 pounds, bro.
He took it off. He put it on, and then took it off.
You look really pretty.
We have Patty Reagan. Looks like a big kid today. How are you, Patty? And then we have Joel Jimenez, who looks like Joel Jimenez. Pretty much happens every episode. There's pretty much no way around it. All right. Well, we have the extreme sports people. They do different characters every week, and they try to commit to those characters and make jokes through those characters every week. And it's fucking crazy how brilliant they are.
This isn't how they always are.
No, it's not. So.
Even they could do a website on Squarespace. Though.
Yes. Have you ever thought about that? Squarespace?
I already own a domain name 50/50 grinds forever.
All right.
He looks like an immigrant of the ship, but the only view he has of American culture is Wayne's World. Yeah.
I love it.
Who is the president now? A swing?
Well, let's jump into the show. I have Ichabod's Bucket of Destiny here, and I believe over 60 fucking comedians signed up for the opportunity to be one of the people that get picked to do 60 seconds. If you get pulled out of this bucket, you know your 60 seconds is up. When you hear the sound of a kitten, please wrap up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Okie dokie. Let's start this fucking show. You guys ready? Did I mention I'm going to Sacramento? The Kiltony's going to Phoenix, Arizona on April 5th, and then we're in Tempe the weekend after that. Phoenix, April 5th. And well, I think we can announce probably Nashville too. Kiltony's going back to Nashville again. Our last episode, the great Ralphie May, and Ahmed Ahmed were on that, a special episode from Nashville.
Sorry, when's Kiltony going to Islamabad, dude?
That's a good question. I don't really know. Talk to my great agents over at the WIU about that.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm going to get this fucking thing started. You guys ready to do this? I have a bucket here. There's names in it. Anything can happen. This is Kiltony, episode 251. We are the #1 live podcast in the world. Anything can happen.
Crazy.
That's what makes it fun. And the anything can happen part starts right now. When we get uninterrupted 60 seconds from Taylor Avery. Sounds like a new name to me. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe it's a person's first time ever doing comedy. Maybe it's a person's first time ever out of their house. But this, ladies and gentlemen, is Taylor Avery, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Last year was a crazy year. Just going up to people all last year, just going, hey, whoa, hey, this isn't a Nazi haircut. It's a gay haircut, okay? I don't want to oppress nobody. I just want people oppressing my butthole. I think Taco Bell's menu sounds like someone trying to describe Mexican food for the first time. Yeah, I'll take a beefy, crunchy roll up. What's that? The exact title? The exact title. It's fucking with me. I got a Ross gift card for Christmas. Yeah, fuck them. They don't know me like that. Okay, you can fucking shop at Ross. Don't make somebody shop at Ross. You don't fucking do that to somebody. I got that from my in-laws. That's a sign, right? They don't like me. What's more white trash? Them giving that to me, or like them giving it to me? Not knowing it's white trash. All right, guys, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Whoa, Taylor, where are you going? Holy shit, Taylor! Wow, clearly it's not only Taylor's section, but first time seeing the show. Welcome, Taylor. How are you? I like you. This is the part where we talk to you a little bit. It's not really because of anything you did. It's just the format of the show. This is episode 251. You signed up for it. And so it's just how it's going to work. It's not really a thank you thing. You did nothing to earn this part. This isn't like getting the couch on Johnny Carson where you just get the performance of a lifetime and we're like, get him back up here. This is his chance to be in show business. You are cool, Taylor. I like your style. You remind me very much of a young version of the guy that's always trying to read. It's like sprayed purple and that. I couldn't think of it. They're so good with that shit. I just read something crazy about him. I can't remember what it was. So like his house burned down or something like that.
The real guy?
Yeah, the real guy.
His name is Glenn Shandy, and he hit on me at a Comic-Con one year. He was like, young boy, get me some food.
Really?
I am starving. Yeah.
Wow, did you get him some food?
Yeah.
What'd you get him? You remember?
I got some chicken fingers. He was like, these are delectable.
Did you say rape 3 times and then he disappeared?
Just Beetlejuice.
Taylor.
Just Beetlejuice, guys. You know? You're an interesting. You look like you go to a glory hole and explain how the stock market works. Your life is James Vanderbilt.
Where are you from?
I'm from Orange County.
Orange County. This is clearly your first time being in this at the show.
First time in the store.
First time at the Comedy Store. Wow. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. We've been doing it all in Orange County. And you made the trip tonight. You signed up for the open mic in Tony.
Yeah.
Did you get on in the open mic?
Yeah.
You did. So your first night at the Comedy Store, you got up in the original room. What number were you there?
10.
That's a good fucking number. Thank you. That was fucking perfect. That's what my brain said too. 10's a good fucking pool, being the name that nobody knows. And then you come here and you get this. And here you are. What's the creepiest thing you've ever done in your life?
I've had sex in downtown LA outside.
Whoa. Damn, that's a fucking airborne
So
party.
the thing is, you know these guys.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, dude.
So did you have sex regular or goofy?
There he is. Oh, wow. He's on a roll over there. Alright.
Rollerblades.
Fuck yeah, that's what I intended the people to understand when I said it.
The thing is, like, there's so many.
Rollerblades.
Gonna hammer it home, dude. Oh my god.
And then there's like so much wrong in the world now. There's so many people getting into comedy. They're like, I'm going to tackle racism and I'm going to tackle sexism. This guy was like, fuck the Taco Bell menu. That needs to be knocked down a peg, man. You know who has it too easy? Ross. Fuck Ross.
What's wrong with Ross, dude? He's a cool guy.
Do you still have any money left in that Ross card?
It's in our change jar.
Who's our change jar?
My partner.
That's pretty much how simple.
Hold on. For you podcast listeners out there, it's very important for you to know, because you're not at the live show, that when he said partner on that, he also pointed an imaginary gun out towards the back left side of the room, and then fired the gun, but he fired it while his hand was still. I need you guys to know that's how he said partner. He shot a gun out there. What kind of bullet was that you shot?
Bullet.
Bullet of love.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a straight bullet, I'll tell you that. How long have you been with your partner?
A year now. So.
Where'd you guys meet?
Aren't you married? You said in-laws.
I feel like I can say in-laws if it's just
We're just here
Engage with your rules. We're in-laws and outlaws. You know what I mean? Just making shit up. Okay.
Wait, what is happening? Everything's moving too fast. Are you with a gentleman or a lady? Let's just out with it.
I'm dating a trans male.
Wow, look at that. Fuck yeah, let's talk about it, Taylor. Are you comfortable talking about this?
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Dude, totally.
That's fucking...
Dude, that's
Yeah,
what's up, dude.
it's balls to the wall, literally. That's fun. How long have you guys been together?
Year.
A year.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool. Is there sometimes, what's your, I don't know, tell us about it. What the fuck are we talking about here? Everything. Here's my question. All of it. Go. 251 episodes it took for me to ask that question.
I mean, if you opened with that, you would have gotten a 3 reality show deal. Just so you know.
Yeah. You talked about Ross.
He did, didn't he? Looking back at it now, it's like you have a fucking gold mine.
I mean, the thing is, if you go from female to male, you do get to dress for less. So,
Tony, in his defense, that is his name. It's Ross.
Hey,
Thank you.
Roller skates.
Raylan's hey-ho is my favorite sound effect I've ever had on the show.
The weirdest thing about the sex is having to deal with the gap. I thought that was good. All right, sorry.
Taylor, okay. So Tinder, what was your first date like?
We sat outside the parking lot because we were going to go to a coffee shop and it closed because they're cash only. We went to go cash and they're closed by the time we came back.
Wait, what was cash only?
The coffee shop. The transaction.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, cash.
Don't you hate when the coffee shop isn't as progressive as the date you're on? How are you guys in the past still?
So, did you guys hook up on night 1?
Night 2.
Wow.
Tried to hook up in the parking lot.
Night 2, you brought the cash to the donut shop.
Yeah.
Was the parking lot just looking at each other's private parts? Is that rude?
We should have known trans when he said I fucked someone outside in downtown LA.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, there's a clue right in your face, and you choose to ignore it.
Are there parts of being with a trans male that are sometimes just funny? Like, silly shit, like, your balls are hanging out, like that or something like that?
I can buy his penis.
You can buy it?
I can buy it.
What does that mean?
I can pick one.
How much is that penis in the window?
Is there more spectacle? Do they have?
I'll have nice ones.
Wow, what are those like? Are those
They're not
gold or
they're not like a strap on, they're a prosthetic.
like Fixify?
So what you're saying is your in-laws gave you the wrong gift card.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah. They got you a gift card to Outback instead of Bareback. So, wow, what's the value of the one that you use? Do you rotate them out? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Holy
Rotate
shit.
them out, cleaning schedules.
What are some of your favorite ones and why?
Purple one?
Purple one. We all love the purple one, right? Everybody that all right.
I've gotten something purple and penis-like at Ross before.
Yeah.
You know my favorite thing so far is like all the other comics in the room were like, oh man, this boring white guy is gonna do like say 2 minutes, then he's getting off stage, and it's gonna be my chance to go up, and then he was like, so dang, and they're like, fuck. All right.
So what kind of dicks are there? Like, do you have like a Swiss Army knife one? Do you have one like you can put lighter fluid in and then it has a lighter?
They have one that heats up. But do you think being trans just means you're Inspector Gadget?
I've seen these things. I've seen these things online.
Where specifically?
We're doing research. Research for a film project. But so wait, what your favorite one? You have a heat. There's one that heats
There's
up.
one that heats. I can't afford the one that heats up.
What? There's like
USB
how
power.
hot does it get? Just use a curling iron.
That's
Brian Red Band solution.
Yeah, just put it on mild. That has come up in conversation. It's too hot. Did you say put a curling iron on mild?
Yeah.
Dude, we have gotten nowhere with cancer research, but fake dick technology has just.
How hot does it get?
Celsius, I don't know.
In Celsius, Jesus Christ. What do you need, like a special outlet for it? That sounds like a fucking hazard. All right, Taylor. Enough with this. So have you ever dated a trans person before?
Yeah, I've tried going on a date with a trans female person. It was more that she couldn't speak English well, and that.
What is she?
I got no problem with that.
What was her language?
I can handle the dick, but I can't handle the language barrier.
What was the language barrier again?
Filipino.
Oh, Filipino. Of course it was. Fuck yeah. Look at you little fucking.
It doesn't mention that the dick that like is in Fahrenheit is just the worst Shark Tank proposal ever. All right, sharks, listen. You ever have this problem where it's in Celsius and you don't know how to read it? I'm out.
All right, Taylor. Well, it was nice meeting you, man. Anything else that you want to say before you go?
No, I'm good.
There you go.
Watch the show and come back. Though.
Yeah, come back again. It was nice to meet you. I'm gonna have my list of questions ready for you next time. I'm excited for you to come back. One more time for Taylor Avery, everyone. Come on. Sometimes it's a new person. Sometimes it's a Kill Tony legend. Last week, Ichabod came out of nowhere with out of his own coffin, with entrance music and smoke and shit. Put your hands together for Keith Sizemore. His name sounds familiar. Who's Keith Sizemore? I don't see movement. Sounds like someone maybe stuck on the toilet, perhaps. How about Daniel Vargas? Here we go. That sounds like a guy that wouldn't miss a spot. Here he comes. Walk. Should start letting them sit in the back. Maybe. Daniel Vargas, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Good. Tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Mexican and Irish, which basically means I was built for alcoholism, minimum wage. I grew up a single parent. My mom was white side of my family. I like to call him the feral white side of my family. I just recently found out my dad's name is Domingo, which means Sunday in Spanish. I guess my dad took taking Sundays off literally to get video. That's my dad. I remember when I was a kid, I used to ask my mom, when's Dad coming home? She'd be like, Domingo. Not very good at like manly shit. My car recently broke down. Called AAA guy to get my car to a mechanic shop. AAA guy was like, I know what's wrong with your car, and literally just kicked it with his boot, and the car started right up. There's nothing wrong with my car. I just need a real man to start it for me.
Daniel Vargas, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Daniel, is this your first time on the show?
Yes.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Welcome. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. How long have you been on stand-up?
6 years.
Wow. Where are you from?
Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where the White House is, dude.
Oh, no, that's the right place. Jeremiah.
Same place these guys are from, yeah.
How long have you been getting your style from the Ben Davis logo?
I wish I knew what that was.
I've never seen a side fanny pack before.
Which brings us to our favorite game. What's in your fanny pack? Oh shit. A Kill Tony Spectacular. Legend status. We found. Whoa! Hot sauce. Hot sauce is the first thing up. An entire bottle for you hot sauce.
Dude, I swear if he pulls a prosthetic dick out from there.
What was that?
It's a Charger base.
Charger base? An entire glass full, ladies and gentlemen. He's got it.
And the weed to go with
This
it.
motherfucker is smoking hot sauce. Joel just took it. There it goes. All right, what else? We want to know all the way down to the bare bones. We know you're showing us what you wanted to show us first.
All right.
At the end, Jeremiah's going to go through to see if you left anything out. We have a voice recorder.
Condoms.
There it is. What kind of condom are we talking about here? That's a blue one. What's blue? What's the blue condom?
I don't fucking know.
Don't tell me you don't know. Does anybody have tongs? Whoa, Michael Lawrence just goes straight in. He's sniffing it.
That's Cool Ranch.
What is it?
Dude, that's not a condom. That's a microwave dinner, bro.
It doesn't say on it. What's the blue?
Blue's usually premier. I think that's it.
Jesus, Red Man. Why did I ask you?
Expires in 2019, and they will.
That's pretty soon, isn't that like, that means you've had this for a while.
I've had these for a minute. I've had sex, I've had it for like a couple years.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's two condoms.
Yeah, I've had sex many times with them on me and not used them.
You keep the fanny pack on? You should probably give a couple of those to the guy that's fucking Lady Boys in downtown LA, by the way.
I got you, bro.
I mean, you're not using them. They only have a fucking year left, bro.
I know.
2019. That's another good question. Wait, how far away are condoms? Do they expire after you buy them? What is it? That was like 4 or 5 years.
It depends. Like if you go on Amazon and get like a 50 pack of them, a lot of times those are
Oh, come on, like Trojan. Seriously. Does anybody know the answer to that? That's another fun.
My parents do, and that's why I'm
That's
here.
an easy, beautiful thing.
I know the answer. How many packs? What, like a pack?
Does that matter? The volume of condoms?
Yeah, it's like $25 for like a 30 pack of Magnum.
Jesus, we're finding out Joel goes through a lot of condoms.
No, that was
Guess you're still in condom sex with girlfriend over here. All right, let's wrap this. Fuck yeah! All right, I'll keep it moving. I thought like moving to talk. Can we Google that? Though? Can we find out what the blue?
It's usually bigger than
It is ultrasensitive.
There you go.
That's
It's
what I thought.
it's almost dick
It takes a while for the ultra-sensitive guys to admit that they have an ultra-sensitive condom.
Why does I got my fan like the saddest thing I've ever heard.
Like, you have to have an almost expired condom closed.
Yeah, you should have opened with
I bought the hot sauce in the parking lot.
You got what?
I bought the hot sauce in the parking lot like an hour ago.
Yeah, you got the hot sauce in the parking lot like an hour ago, and you bought the condoms at a 7-Eleven like 9 years ago. What's your point?
What is that? Hot sauce in the fanny pack is a better I'm half white, half Mexican joke than the one you told.
Oh my god, you're a genius. Alright, so you got a couple of condoms in your pocket. When's the last time you got laid?
November. It's been a while.
How did it feel? Did he give you thanks?
I'll be gone till November is about his sex life.
So, who was the lucky lady?
I was a coworker.
Wow, where do you work?
I work at I have a couple of jobs. I work at a yard house in Pasadena, and I work at the Wiltern Theater and the Palladium Theater.
Oh, which one did you get laid at?
I'd rather not say.
But the balcony was closed.
Section FF42 was
Place has a really good Nashville hot chicken.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, there we go.
Dude, he's all about the yard house, dude. Fuck.
Anyway,
I hate that job so much.
what do you do there?
That's just, wow. Yeah, that's awesome, right?
Yeah, you seem like miserable at it.
So good at it, you guys.
If me, Mike, and Mary Lynn were sitting at a table waiting for a waiter, and you were a waiter, how in real life, like, can you show us how you would
You do my server face right
yeah,
now?
like,
Please help me.
yeah, just seriously commit to it, Daniel. All right, here we go. And action. Man, where the fuck is the waiter at?
Hey, what's up, you guys? How we doing today?
Oh, hey, what's up?
My name's Andy. I'll be taking care of you today. Would you guys like me to start off with maybe some guacamole or some,
I mean, Jesus, can I have a fucking drink? Guacamole, what am I?
I was wanting to have some
guacamole or a glass of
unprotected
fuck
sex.
yourself? I was just kidding. I don't want to fucking do this.
So basically what you're saying is your waiter voice is the confidence you should have on stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's dog shit.
Oh my god. Mike Lawrence is exposing the truth.
Ouch.
Like, this is how you sound on your leisurely activity. Yeah, so I like tables and just, it's alright.
I mean, I'm trying to talk over 4 fucking egos here. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Daniel, where are my mozzarella sticks?
I get it.
What were you doing during your set?
I was. You gotta do this stage.
You mocked a couple audience members.
Yeah,
I
probably.
you know that.
I might have, yeah. I don't know. I'm not the best comic, but I tried.
Daniel, what's the worst incident you ever had waiting tables at the Yard House in Pasadena? It seems like, I don't want to sound racist, and this isn't racist, so it's not going to sound racist, but I already said I don't want to sound racist, and now it is going to seem racist. There's a lot of Armenians in Pasadena. Now, that's not even a racist thing. All I'm saying is Armenians in Pasadena. It's not being racist. I'm not about to say anything other than that, but so there you go. There's how do you feel about it? You sound like my mom right now. That's an interesting thing. Our moms have no idea what Armenians are, by the way. Ohio moms have no idea. Like, but when they come to visit, they're like, "Oh God, what is that? What's that thing that like some of those people are?"
That's good. Yeah.
They're Armenians.
Honestly, they're fucked up just like anybody else, man. Like, people suck to serve on. Serve for. Like, I mean, if you're serving somebody, it sucks doing it.
But it doesn't. I waited tables for a long time.
Yeah,
I was working in Burbank, and when I first arrived to LA a long time ago, and I noticed, maybe I'm wrong here, and I only bring this up to wait tables in Pasadena. I noticed that it hurts a little more coming from an Armenian accent. Would you agree with me on that? Would you agree with me that, like, buddy, where's the breadstick? Like, it hurts more than an English accent being like, hey man, we ordered breadsticks. Can we have some breadsticks? It's like, hey, where are the breadstick I ordered?
I get called Habibi a lot, yeah. Like,
I'm asking you though.
Habibi, no, my friend.
What I'm asking you, before you do your silly accent, hold on. No, that's not the point. I'm asking you a real question.
They just say one-word things, one-word words.
I know what they do, Daniel. I'm going to ask you a question. Does it hurt more, do you feel, coming from that sound?
No.
It does to me. Why? There was just something about it. It really irked me.
Really?
Yeah. That's not a thing about the race overall. Just being honest here. Look, I'm never gonna work for like a big network or anything like that, so I can say shit like this. Taking the podcast route.
Sounds demeaning to you? Is that why? Like they're going to talk you down?
It sounds like they're like almost, yeah, definitely, exactly. In that way. When I was waiting tables, not in real life.
It's like the father that wasn't there.
What the fuck are you talking about? Look at Red Band taking a chance. Alright.
Had an Armenian dad? What the fuck?
Yes, I'm Armenian. It was me all
Tony
along.
Hinchcliffian?
Alright, this thing's off its tracks right now. Daniel, what's the weirdest thing you've ever done that you've never told anybody about?
Shit.
Do you have any weird things?
I mean,
about the weird shit that I do. I don't know.
What? What's the weirdest thing?
I blacked out once. I went to a comedy club. Drove home.
Is that tonight?
No, I woke up the next day and I found a set of car keys in my passenger seat. I had no idea who the fuck they were.
Why do you seem 15 years older than you actually are?
I know. I'm gonna take a guess. 27. No, but close. 32. Getting there. 30.
You found
And you seem 45. I was right. You seem so defeated.
Old enough to not have to wear a fanny pack.
Yeah, I know.
Condoms.
I know.
Frankenstein just called. He wants his boots back.
Oh, let's see.
These are actually my work boot. I came from work.
The one thing I want in the fanny pack that's never there is a second chance.
We're gonna send you packing right now. There he goes, Daniel
All right,
Vargas.
thank you,
He's on
guys.
Twitter at VargasDaniel87. Taylor Read into the Twitter. Fuck yeah, you guys having fun out there? Ba-na-ba-ba-na-bow. I pulled another name out of the bucket, and that bucket is Subra Doyle. Subra Doyle? Here we go. Yeah. Put your hands together for Subra Doyle, everyone.
So, recently in my life, I decided to transition. Took a lot to do that, but I feel really good about it. Decided to see a doctor because, I wanted to do it in a legitimate way. And my doctor requested that I should start me a vegan diet. And it's working great. My balls have already shriveled off. So I'm eating a lot of kale lately, and essentially my pubes have been replaced completely by kale. And, it just kind of makes things look nicer down there. The only thing I'm going to miss is my beard because it's really good at hiding the ugly. But, overall, it's really good. My doctor is recommending for me to eat a lot more tofu. And, I really noticed that it's kind of giving me a little bit more tofu tatas. And it's really been a wonderful transition so far. Very much looking forward to... thank you.
Wow, Super Doyle. Am I saying that right? Super Doyle.
You did.
Is that true? You're really in transition?
No, not at all.
Oh, wow.
I'm making fun of myself for being vegan.
Oh, for a while there, I thought your dick was going to be Gone Lennon. This class is all you podcast listeners don't know is wrong class.
Imagine all the people that would have laughed at that.
By the way, love Supersized Me. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you. It's nice to see you back on stage after jerking off in front of my mouth.
Looks like Louie.
Little baby. Louis Hale.
Nobody else is anything. Please master.
Unlucky Louie.
No, yeah.
You seem like a funny person that never says anything funny. Like you came up, I was like, I like this guy, but it was just, I was waiting for something and it never happened, but that I think it will is impressive.
It's true. Yeah, you remind me of a version of like David Letterman when he was 35 if he got hit in the head in the face.
I like this first joke. Sure brings up the balls, Kale.
Okay.
Hey, I'll take it. Thank you.
Red Band with a little love and reassurance.
No, I mean, you didn't do too bad.
We're just having fun.
It's a pleasure to be here. Really.
Yeah, nice Elon Musk side piece. We're doing all right.
I thought a lot of it was okay. I agree with
Coke is gay as fuck, though.
Whoa, Jesus. Oh my god, wow.
Tony.
Wow, not quite the roast writer over here, Brian Redband.
Tony.
Wow. Which one of us is in the Writers Guild? I almost forget. Hey, that jacket, yay.
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. Because this motherfucker is going to lose his ass at Scrabble.
looks more like
Literati. If it was Scrabble, it would be a completely different game.
Baby, you know I'm undefeated in Scrabble, don't you? At least against
Same
you.
here.
I mean, I don't know that for a fact.
No one's ever beaten me in Scrabble. I know that.
All right. Well, here.
I have a question.
I already have a question for you.
I said I had a question first before you.
Okay, but I had my question before you had yours, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's because it was posted in the Harry Potter chat, but apparently there is some truth to it, although my friend said that it was not super well practiced or widely practiced anyway, but it's part of like Jewish tradition. There's this thing called capparod or capparos, in which they transfer sins into a live chicken.
Yeah, that happens around Purim every year.
So, what can you tell me about it? Is it capparod or capparos or?
So within Ashkenazi tradition, it's capparos. Within Sephardic tradition, it's capparot. And traditionally, this is done in the fall, right between usually like on the eve of Yom Kippur. So usually probably for a secular calendar, it's September to October. And yes, this is done. Generally, what happens is there is a chicken that is brought to the shul and is used essentially like a sacrifice. It is generally there are arrangements that are made for it to be given to the less fortunate afterward. Some communities don't do it. They're still Orthodox, but they just feel that it's like the one thing that we do with animals that that perhaps might go against some laws. I know within Irvine, it's our Chabad has gotten in trouble because of it, and so it is not done as publicly as some are. I've been in shuls, multiple other shuls where it is just not done. But yeah, it is a tradition that's done. And
what's illegal about it? Isn't it legal to kill chickens?
It's animal abuse to some people.
But aren't they just like chop its head off like every other chicken that's killed?
Yeah, but like at least within Irvine, the laws are strict in terms of like where you can slaughter an animal, and you generally can't slaughter an animal within the city limits. Irvine's a master plan community, and that type of like agricultural slaughtering is not something that was ever approved within the town council. I said, hey, second.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say controversial within Judaism, but some of the more liberal-minded people avoid it. Generally, even just attending it. I know, like 3 communities, so 4 communities, like half of them do it, but half of them don't. But yeah, so it on calendar generally on the 9th of Tishrei, because the 10th of Tishrei within our calendar is Yom Kippur. Yeah, it's something that's done. Are you ready for my question to you?
Do you know why it's chicken? Like why they chose chicken?
It is a kosher animal that can be chosen. Basically, traditionally, it's a ritual that's been completed because it's easy to. It's widely available within Jewish culture. It's not like an animal like a cow that may be more difficult to get. Chickens are pretty widely available, and are pretty easily shechted, is what it's called, basically Jewish slaughter. It's not very messy and can be done uh, wherever is necessary for it to be completed. Generally, sometimes this is done in a like within the shul's property. Many times done outside. It just depends on the community, but it's basically because chickens are widely available.
Standard farm animal.
Right.
And do you know exactly how the sins are transferred into chicken?
Yeah, I mean there are blessings that are said. Basically, uh, do I like know the transfer process? I mean, it's like with any blessing that we have, we feel that the that it's symbolic and that our sins are transferred, and that there's a blessing that's done on the animal. Um, and uh, if, as I recall, the chicken, there's some Aramaic to it as well. That it is. My Aramaic is exists, but it is not my strongest language. But basically, there's a connection to the word man and rooster, and basically the rooster takes place. So technically, it's a rooster, uh, not like a hen, just for that reference. And there's just practicality. After the destruction of the temple in 70 of the Common Era, the chicken was just used as an alternative since we didn't have a place to do our sacrifices at the Beit Hamikdash, the temple in Jerusalem. This was a way that a sacrifice could be done before our Day of Atonement, essentially, which is Yom Kippur. That's what Yom Kippur means, Day of Atonement. So,
Okay.
so the chicken's really just is very it's practical and it's accessible, and there's some Aramaic connection to it with the word man, um, and uh, once the Beit Hamikdash may be rebuilt, this practice may no longer take place. But in the meantime, while we're in diaspora in exile, this is something that occurs. But again, it doesn't occur in every community, um, and it really happens more in conservative, not conservative Judaism, I should say, like what you would consider to be more ultra orthodox, though I don't like that term necessarily. What we refer to as Haredi, um, and the Hasidic world, basically dynasties from like the 18th century. But more modern Orthodox communities do not do this publicly.
Yeah, I was just thinking it was kind of a intro. I just had no idea that was the thing, even. Thought it was interesting. Do they quiz you on that when you are a rabbi?
Yeah,
To become a rabbi?
most certainly, absolutely, it's part of the studies, and also like the idea of so like the term uh, kaparot basically is related to the term korban, which is sacrifice, and when making um, smicha, rabbinical ordination, generally the gen- generally the rabbi who's conducting will have a period of questioning.
Yeah. Be nice. Yeah, be nice. Yeah, come. Yeah.
There.
Sorry, there's a pit bull.
Oh, you're okay. So what we've done in my communities generally is we um, will use an alternative. There's a widespread alternative of just giving money. Some people give more than others, uh, but I know, and I've been in communities and been a member of communities where this practice has taken place. Also, like you were asking, like when we're questioned as a rabbi on these topics, especially before we make smicha, rabbinical ordination, the the guiding rabbi or like the of a based in of a house of judgment may question a learner on, well, what alternatives could be made, what happens if you can't get a chicken or a rooster specifically, what could you do as an alternative. So there, like, some communities use a kosher fish, others perhaps could use a dove. Any kind of kosher animal could be perhaps replaced for this sacrifice or used. And but generally money is just given, and that's seen in the modern age as an appropriate alternative. It's a great question, but yeah, this is something that occurs.
What was your question?
um were you aware of why William Montgomery has been quote unquote figuring things out or whatever?
Was I aware that William Montgomery has been figuring stuff out?
Yeah, I mean, do you know what happened in his life that has affected him pretty seriously?
Is it? It's not Erica, or was it?
No, no. And any true William Montgomery fan, such as myself, would know this. And I'm glad that I'm teaching this to you. His friend was
Spilled beans.
his friend was murdered.
Really?
His childhood best friend was murdered in in Denver, Colorado, around April 15th or something, like maybe April 10th, and it's had a big impact on him.
Oh, damn. That's crazy. Which friend was it? Like, it was just like close friend of his?
It was his childhood best friend.
And the William Montgomery subreddit figured that out?
No, he talked about it at Kill Tony Fest.
Oh. Damn. What are the...
I don't know too much more than that. I was just listening to Kill Tony Fest this morning, and William Montgomery kind of bombed at it. He wasn't very funny, and then when they were going to his question, like on how things going, seem out of it or something, like, it's because my friend was murdered in like 4 days ago in Denver, Colorado, and then Brian Redband does the party horns and it goes bah, bah, bah! And William Montgomery's like, why don't you shut the fuck up? I'm trying to be serious here. Did you hear me? Yo, Riser. Did I? Yo, Riser, did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Hello?
Yo,
yeah, I may have switched to Wi-Fi and I heard the wow 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 and everything. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I said that was like crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So I don't know too much about it, but it was his best friend growing up. I don't know. Maybe there wasn't anything about it in the Kill Tony subreddit. I like have that bitch memorized along with the fire and the kid. William Montgomery, childhood friend.
Do they catch the guy who did it?
Dude, I don't know anything about it. I don't know. Okay, Kill Tony. But they don't have anything on it. What the fuck happened to William Montgomery? William Montgomery, where's William Montgomery? Okay, after watching the Kill Tony set where William opened, am I the only one who was dissatisfied with him again, especially the opener? William seems to be having a rough go of it the last couple of years. I'm a torn man. Let's see here. I still like William. Talk, talk, talk. Yeah, I'll repeat.
What thing has record buttons that need to be recorded? I mean, I can think of this outside.
I just know that his friend died. I don't know anything more about it.
Oh, good.
But I thought you would find that interesting because you are the second, perhaps the second biggest Kill William Montgomery fan in the subreddit or in this Discord right now. Though I don't know, Brandon might be bigger than both of us. You never know. But yeah, and with that, are you ready to lose?
I am.
All right. Well, before we do that, I have to, give you some bullshit thing that I got of. Dude. Let me ask, how did? Well, firstly, apologies yesterday. You know how I was like, I need 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes. That thing ended up taking me like another few hours, and it's still not perfect, but it's pretty good right now. And my question for you is, how did you do at um?
I got destroyed, unfortunately, by a bunch of bullshit hands, like actual bullshit hands.
Oh,
But
like Literati likes to give to me.
kind of, yeah.
Okay.
But it was just like insanely unlucky stuff. Like the guy literally flopped a flush on me, and then he rugged me because he had a flush, and he had another flush, and all this garbage. So some people got insanely lucky in poker.
Word dog. So it was horseshit.
Absolute horseshit, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Have you ever? Did you know that Ari Shafir was like basically like he was just playing poker to like make money and like survive, and he would just go around doing like these poker tournaments.
Yeah.
I mean, he was good enough to do that.
Within Judaism, so long as you don't make gambling your career, meaning like basically what Ari wasn't like avoiding what Ari was doing, gambling is considered okay. Have I ever done like my shul has or my synagogue has a poker night every year. Um for the men's community, and have I played in with the guys, so to speak. Yeah, it's been a while though, and um, a lot of times I'm like an all or nothing kind of person, and I'll be like, all right, I want like I'll be like, I don't want to like if I have a good hand, I want to fucking go all in. I don't have the patience many times to like go for the whole tournament. I mean, I have, but like, um, I'm thinking about it. Like, this one tournament I was in, I was on fucking Molly, and I did not want to be there. I wanted to like be in a hot tub or something, or with some chick, and and so I can I can say like a lot of times the poker tournaments I've been at with the guys, there's like a lot of distractions, and I want to think if I've ever played a poker room at like a casino or something. I've been to poker rooms. There is one in it's in I want to say it's in Torrance. I want to say it's the Hustler Casino, and it's on Rosecrans. Not that that matters, but um, do you know what Hustler magazine is?
Yeah, it's either Escape magazine or
Well, it's closer to it's hardcore pornography. Is it hard? I don't know if they show penises, but they will show vagina. Like that show a woman's vagina. That was like its thing. That was like the that made it more tasteful. Hustler Wood. It was by a guy named Larry Flint, who was a really big free speech advocate, and um, Hustler. It's like headquarters are in like downtown Beverly Hills, and I think it was maybe I could be wrong actually where it happened, but the owner Larry Flint and was paralyzed.
Denver.
No. Are you making a joke about William Montgomery?
Yeah.
No. No. Let me look up. So,
is that magazine still around, or did they pivot into something else?
I think they. So it was in Lawrenceville, Georgia, 1978. The attack occurred when as he and Hughes Jr. were of Franklin, who targeted Flint over a Hustler magazine spread depicting an interracial couple. Flint was hit by a .44 caliber rifle, sustaining severe spinal damage that left him paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his life. Reeves was also wounded but recovered fully. So, anyway, I think they pivoted to casinos, and so they had some money and they bought. LA has some weird laws when it comes to uh, casinos, just California in general. Um, okay, so there are like uh, different kinds of things that you can have. There's card clubs, which is getting me to the like they have poker and stuff there, and I checked it out, but they don't have machines, and it's not nearly as nice as Las Vegas or anything like that. It's very much like it's just like one big room where people play card games, and then so there's like there are I don't know maybe like like half a dozen of those within Los Angeles County. There are not any in Orange County. And then we have like native casinos, but those are pretty far away. And then there's Las Vegas. So there are like 3 tiers of like gambling. Uh, and so there's card rooms that have been grandfathered in, and they can't open new ones, but they have like these old ones. And Hustler Casino bought one of those. So anyway, let me get the right answer to your question. Is Hustler magazine still a thing, or did they transition to card rooms or like casinos? I actually went to Hustler Casino on stream, and current state of Hustler magazine is still in publication, but its future in print is limited. While it continues the release of monthly issues known for adult content, including its well-known Asshole of the Month feature and seller and fold pictorials like the Hustler Honey, the print edition is within a couple years of closing due to declining revenue and advertising and subscriptions. According to Liz Flint, who took over the company after her husband Larry Flint's death, the print magazines, including Hustler, Taboo, and Barely Legal, are no longer highly profitable. So they transitioned to other casinos. Oh, it's Gardena, not Torrance. So they opened the Hustler Casino in Gardena on June 22nd, 2000. And then they do like a Hustler Casino Live. They also allow licenses for strip clubs, video distribution, and an adult broadcasting channel, and Hustler Hollywood retail chain that sells adult merchandise. Now they do have one of those not too far from Irvine. It's in the neighboring city. It's like I've never been in one, and it's relatively new. It's right across the street from my dentist. But basically, I think it's like an adult store. Anyway, whenever I've gone to one of those card places or whatever, unless you're like a real like you play a lot, you're just gonna lose your money. It's like you're just giving up your money. So I have been, but that's not like something that's real big. If anything, I might have a friend who's like, "Hey, there's nothing going on. Let's go play poker or whatever." But I haven't done it in years. Where you have like, um, there's cigars and alcohol and sometimes drugs or weed or whatever.
Why did you take Molly and then go to the play poker?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Did it, like, register in your brain like I'm supposed to play poker tonight?
That's a good question. Whenever at that time in my life, whenever I was offered a drug, I would take it. And I like Molly wasn't something that I normally would get, and so it was just like I had the opportunity to do it, and my friend and I, we were we didn't know what we were going to do that night, and so someone was like, "Hey, I've got Molly," and I took it. He didn't take it because he was getting drug tested because he was an athlete, and he didn't want to jeopardize anything with that. But and then I think just like we were gonna maybe go out to a party that night or something. I don't think I was 21 yet. I don't think maybe I was and he wasn't or something. But then it was just like plans fell through for the party we were gonna go to, and then it was like, okay, well, we'll just have a bunch of people over for poker, and then we just played poker. And I remember just being like, I don't want to be with a bunch of guys right now. I would rather be like at a fucking rave or something. And then at the end of that night, I remember just we went into a hot tub, and I was like, okay, that's cool. But yeah, I haven't done Molly a lot in my life.
Did it feel euphoric as fuck?
No, I think that Molly, in my opinion, is the most overhyped drug I've ever had. But I don't know
How
if
many times have you done it?
handful. But let me say, I don't always know if it's Molly. The way that Molly was back, I don't know, 20 years ago or so, somebody would just say that they had it, and it would look like there are websites that document like the different versions of it. That would be like Tweety Bird. It would look like Tweety Bird, or that some people would just have pills. But like these pills, many times look like a comic book character, like almost like a Flintstone vitamin. If you've ever seen what that looks like, uh, and
Yeah.
and no, I mean, I guess it maybe makes you a little hornier, but it was not like LSD. It was not like a tripping, and but I've never taken a lot of it. And again, uh, it's one of those things where you're just getting it from someone, and they don't even know if it's legitimate. So, it, I don't recommend taking drugs. Uh, if you don't know what I would get it from someone who I trusted, and they would get it from someone who they trusted. So like um, the chain of custody was seemingly legitimate, but you just never know, especially with those kinds of drugs, unless you're doing testing on them. You don't know what you're really getting. You don't know what's inside.
Well, I will say that real MDMA is like the most amazing feeling ever.
Yeah, and then
Yeah. There are probably a decent place.
well, between and Molly and ecstasy. Like I forget, but like one of them's cut with speed, I think, and I don't know. I mean, did I feel good? Yeah, I felt good, but I was also, I think, pretty drunk too. So it's like I don't know if it was because of one or the other. But I can tell you, I didn't see any, like I didn't have any like hallucinations or anything. Maybe
Well,
music.
it's an empathogen, so it's not even a second. Or I guess it's not a hallucination.
All right, are you ready to lose?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Um, I I'm oh cool. Um, I'm gonna send the invitation in less than 1 minute. Before I send it though, I want to check my email. And if you're like, why? Because I sent out 30 emails today to people to be on UFO podcasts. And if you're like, why UFO podcasts? It's just what the first subject um that I thought would be interesting. Uh and I could get a lot of emails for politics and stuff like that. But I'm gonna send to those two. All right. I'm sending this right now in 3, 2, 1. Turn based or live and word helper on or off.
Word helper on the setting that we always do.
But we don't always do it. You think that I have just default settings for you?
I mean, it shouldn't really be even a discussion. I studied a handful of words today. that have like a lot of vowels or combinations of like X and Y or X and Z. I don't think I'll remember any of them, but awesome.
You're up, dog. How'd you sleep yesterday?
Pretty good.
I lied down at like, I don't know, 9 o'clock or something, and I only slept for like 2 hours. I don't know why. It's like I could not. Dude, what the fuck? How did you get an X?
Well, you got an S?
Dude, why do you just assume you know what I have?
I mean, how many other letters could you plop on top of X?
A bunch.
I doubt that.
I'll give it back.
Oh, you need.
I need 5
A
seconds.
minute isn't enough time.
I just need to put this down.
There's gotta be a rule, like you got like 3 of those or something.
Okay, that's fine. I don't do it that much. Neither do you. And I am in agreement with you that should have like a timer at the top that isn't just because sometimes even like at the very end it'll like still have a little bit or it'll like pause there. It would just be nicer to have more of an understanding of how much time is remaining.
So this is the famous Sherman. Let's do it again. Well, when do we put it on the shulchan on Shabbos? When do you get to eat it on Shabbos? Interesting situation happened. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you eat, there's no bread. Okay, well, you put it on Sunday. Well, listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, this parcel. Why is it parcel? Lino. Overnight is parcel Lino. How come the lechem hapon is not parcel Lino? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. So it can't be parcel after one day. But what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. It's not tricky. It's shema. What happens if the bread is on the table 8 days? Sunday to Monday. Sunday to Sunday. 8 days. You know not. That's just what it needs to be on the table for Shabbos. When does this bread start becoming Lino? Second Shabbos. 13 days later. So we said to the Gemara, if that's the case, Caesar is not going to say this. On Shabbos, put it on the table on Sunday, weekly on Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the Levana, so long as possible. Basically, I said, what you do, then you should be wait for the second shot. 13 days later, I'll shoot the young rabbits, maybe got killed. There's no. You know, it's the bread is on the table for many things. Why? Doesn't matter when it's zero, so everyone speaking as far as people are going to say. they that only over here, then you come because it's impossible. Kind of show from. So if I want to make it carbon and save it from becoming puzzle over, and they just put it in a nice place that has cushion and it won't become puzzle either. I should make it say that. It should be puzzle. What's wrong is live live, yada yada. You don't have enough of a point that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. What you know better than that's the question. But
No.
That's not a word. Whenever we say that, Joey Diaz has this story that he tells. It's on an old Joe Rogan. I think it's on the Ice House Chronicles, which is just like this show that they did at Ice House, something like that. And Joey Diaz has this fucking thing that he says where he talks about
I was gonna play broccoli, but I got cut off by one letter.
That's a big one.
What does Joey Diaz say?
So when I say like that's not a word, it reminds me of this like we should watch it. It doesn't take long, but it's like this this story that Joey Diaz tells, where it's Joey Diaz, Joe Rogan, Bert Kreischer, before like they were really friends with Bert Kreischer, and Joey Diaz is like, "Yo, dog, this reminds me about this time when I ate Lucy Snorebush's monkey," and they start laughing, and they're like, "That's not a real name, Joey. That's not a real name. That's an iCarly name. That's not a real name. Nobody's name is Lucy Snorebush." And he's like, "Oh, dog, Lucy Snorebush. I was high on a Quaalude this one night, and I snuck over to her house, and I put a ladder up to her window, and I climbed the ladder into her window, and I ate her monkey, and I didn't say a word, and I left like a thief in the night. And the next day, she said that was wonderful." And they're like, "That's not a real story, Joey." And he's like, "What do you mean? It's absolutely that's how it happened." And they're laughing their asses off. It's just a really funny story that he tells. But it's so funny that they're like, "That's not a real name, Joey. Nobody's name is Lucy Snorebush." And Lucy Snorebush's son got caught in some kind of criminal like gambling ring.
Lucy Snorebush.
Dude, how the fuck did you get 43 points for woke? That's incredible.
The K. I'd like to thank the K.
this is the shadow voice of the song. How did we get extra? Because I provided it more than it needed. How did I have extra? Why did I provide more than it needed? You get a full price. That's a better deal. It's not the shot like you said before. It's that wine and half blah blah. It's a big deal that they made with the wholesaler and got for products. What do you do? Sell it. You buy. We're going to get I ain't gonna It's never having your boss your lab didn't go over. But it's better when you grab, you don't have another card. You have another card, and it didn't stay over. So you put it on this bag. In other words, how do you put it on this bag? You put one on the bag. You don't put it. So you sell the wine. Anybody want to shoot? You buy the wine. And then you put out Italian Zen. What do you do? Yeah, explain.
It's an iCarly word. Carly word. Did you ever see iCarly?
Yeah, I used to watch that show. Why there's not even like there? Did you hit a 2 there? Oh, it's giving me all the shit tiles now because you're so far behind. I'm gonna get double blanked here.
This is a famous list that I always use. There's 5 X's and 5 checks. In other words, the X means these components do not have the soft component. You don't bring any that have a nice check.
Bint? That's not a word.
It still doesn't give me a vowel.
But bench is not a word.
It is a word.
No, that's not a thing.
I think it's a baseball. It's a baseball word, isn't it? Oh.
Oh, so let me show you this, and this will explain the whole Gemara in 8 seconds. Which makes the Gemara easier in my opinion. Let's just set up not an artist, in my opinion, separate the lines perfectly, but you'll be able to read it. Essentially, so, red is a negative, green is a positive. Negative means no mincha, and green means yes. That's the thing on the bottom line. That's the other, that's 3 parts. If you get rid of the mincha, it means someone's doing a mincha as a standard, just the mincha. The mincha doesn't require mincha. You're not bringing mincha with it. But oil, from the word oil, bring a shaydo, you have to bring this. You have to bring a with it. Zeva, shlama, with it.
Hold on. If I can't put this down, give it back.
Thank
you.
then decide to bring it, you gotta bring it. It's the first part. It's top case after the and finally, the realization we just had now on case up, we put the resolution record buttons. That is also right. So we put this. No. No. Extra. We will have this extra. But oil is real, and think you go, right? And there's one more that is tricky. Xiaomei simple.
Ovum. Excellent play.
It was an excellent play.
I'll lose if it's Ovum. That's a good one.
And also Xiaomei simple stuff. Maybe everything that goes on is bad requires something from.
Wow. Get out of here. That's cool.
So that's why you see on the screen it says maybe I should say those 5 things. Because I gave it a double, I gave it enter. Don't let me before you don't let her someone comes, there's willingness and evidence. Marshmallow, let's see, say, let's see, so you're supposed to almost a regular record. Maybe use a crumb. Because you have to, or not, what are they? Let's see if the shopping cookies. Oh, these are the two that you guys said. Look, very well. The shopping cookies, what's enough? Xiaomei simple. Xiaomei Fagigo. Oi, Bimradation. It's done. Bimradation. Xiaomei Fagigo. The watch. Get the ring. Bimradation. Bonus song. Maxwell obvious English. Royalist real. Obvious seal tacos. Another one. Tacos of the other. Women for the regular. Some of them are. That's the welcome. Welcome to Clown Holiday. Lovely young with one of us. Goes together already. Mixed in with everything else on the foot on it. Why does this brother specify this one? Whether it's actually talking about the fucking other. But anything else, like heal,
Not a word. Not a word.
It's an iCarly world. It's an iCarly word.
I fucked up. I should have taken that spot.
How many tiles?
14.
Thank you for answering that when it was your turn.
The book just says, I'm being line that's one cow and one sheep. Well, man, that's what it says in the apostle. And I put one poison at the back. Okay, something. Well, so that's what maybe. Well, so it's up to you. It's something they ask you. How can you bring two? It's bringing about Torah. If you bring one, how can it be two? Another bring one extra. One other. You try to I understood it differently, but yes, it's a good question. If you understand one of the drugs, you understand said, why would I even have a, why are you putting the vegetable would I have a have a that easy? Because it's another sheep and cattle. Look, his famous cousin. He is Sheish Hashem, cattle is all in the same. Does anybody have a Hamamina that he's actually, maybe you have to curse both the father and the mother in order to get the language? He says, no, can't be. Why? Because it says the Pastor plays after the show, yeah, so you got the word yeah, maybe, you know how to follow this maybe, Yahweh means both together. So since by the father and mother is the either or, one or the other. So when you get into the word Yahweh, so why would that have a meaning that after bringing both of the full and zero? Some of the girl, not you know, my country after. But it's just something that we know how you see. And so on. Right over here. See this? Well, and then it's possible to have a 4 minutes on it. That means a ball, actually ball. The ball up. With the ball, it's very important to remember it. What does the ball do? I'm not going to say the apple on it. It says everything in that ball. So if you order over the years, you go, oh my, I forgot the basic, the apple, I'm not going to say the apple. If you hold up, you don't need the word that. Because if it says the apple, so before you grow, I need a puzzle to tell me that you don't need both. Because it's as if it says yeah, but as if it says I need both. So now we want to do. And your puzzle says I can't learn from the puzzle. So one word comes out of both. I need the puzzle to tell me that I don't need both. Or one or the other. See, I'm about to go on the book or the national about it. It's the puzzles in the house. You know, everyone's just part of the bucket is hey. See, even after the about it, it's rats. Hey, listen, the word buck, what I learned is not as good. Some of them, I really the fire and some of this, that's only the first one. With all this, but it's not saying I'm thinking. But no law, maybe I have one sheet, one. Last one, it also says no, only one of the fuck off. One side. The ball, the simmer, see the shed, after Merry Christmas, spreading joy around the world. Sponsor a share today. Everyone sponsor
Since healthcare systems across the U.S. are already understaffed, the administration is making it harder to pursue those degrees.
Here we go. We are among some days that fest. We're holding 2 lines down.
What a great win. GG. What a great win. If you're going to play ovum, I'll take that. That is a great word. And that other word you had was amazing. And I had the Q and I had the Z. That was great.
The Q, the Z, the J. You didn't go double blanked, but I only had a blank tab there again.
I mean, I can't recall. bitch, when dealing with somebody who's as fucking busy as I am. Okay. So, before we begin, you have to watch, because I don't want to keep saying that's an word and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So just type in Lucy Snorbush story. That's all you have to type anywhere. Lucy, Lucy, Snorbush is Snorebush story. It, it, it's it's like it's the it's like the. Let me know when you find it. One time when Reddit would let me post, I found this woman on LinkedIn and posted it to the Joey Diaz subreddit. And
It's a 5 minute long one.
yeah, it's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, are you ready? Tell me when you're ready.
Ready.
It's 6 minutes 19 seconds.
Oh, what? I gotta find that one.
I'll tell you who did it.
I have a 5 minute and 18 second one.
No, type in Joey Diaz, the Lucy Snorbush story, Death Squad. It's by Frexley Snipes. 250,000 views. They misspoke. Snorebush. She works for some cruise line or something nowadays. Just go to YouTube and type in Joey Diaz : the Lucy Snorbush story. It's 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And then the word Death Squad is in parentheses. I'll just send it to you.
Yeah, I just sent it to me. I don't know. I typed in all those words.
This is the ultimate Joey Diaz story. All right, check your messages because you've got one of the great Joey Diaz stories of all time.
Okay.
There will be some people who will say this is his funniest story. And if those people may not be wrong. This is when the Joe Rogan podcast was raw.
That's not a real name. That's a
iCarly. But she was like 5'8", 8th grade. I broke into the house when I ate a pussy one night. I just couldn't take it. This bitch was banging. After my mother died, Lucy Snowgrass. It was Lucy Snowbush. I knew she was out drinking, so she was gonna say nothing. I thought the bed ate her pussy and left like a burglar. She was fucked. Her grill was okay, but her body was banging from the time she was like 7. This bitch was banging. She was fucked. You walk into her house. I'm thinking about whose pussy am I gonna eat tonight? His chick was out, like she was out early. Whenever she drank, she was kind of loose though. I went right to the yard, ladder it, climbed up the fucking ladder, opened the window. She's like, who's there? Who's there? The baby ass. She just fucking pulled the pants out and climbed back out like a fucking vampire. She seen me like a week later. She's like, that was amazing. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. My windows are all like a thief in the night and shit. I didn't even bang the pussy. I just ate it and left it. Like a doctor. Fuck yeah. I was like 16. I'd probably come in my pants already. And say like I had no dick left. And you ate some chicken. You break into a chick's house and eat a snatch. You can't say that to someone you ain't no one ever done that. I know you're talking about that. You never tried to sneak into a chick's house. Not that part. But you know, you add in plus factor in Joey. I see, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but never on a Quaalude. That's what Joey did. Factor that. Yeah, the Quaalude was good. So it was all one double. But that would show that there are women out there sitting in the house waiting for them to be. No, like she didn't put up a fight. She's young. She's like a neighbor. She's Lucy Snowgrass. She's Lucy Snowgrass. What the fuck? What am I gonna call the cops for? You know what I'm saying? What a crazy man. You look wrong. You look falling. You look fucking badly. How did she not get tortured in school? Oh, we tortured her. You know, yeah. Lucy Snowbush. Lucy Bush. You know what I'm saying? Lucy Bush. Fucking dog. I'm good. I think girl with a last name that's Bush. Lucy Snowgrass. And she's on Facebook. She won't be my friend, but she's on Facebook. She hasn't taken my friend request. The therapist told her I was fucked up when I was 20 years ago. I know. 45 and hoping somebody comes through a window. You know, at that age, in the middle, is Lincoln over there. He looks like he's staring at Joey like, what the fuck? You see awful Joey this day, that chick is probably figuring herself. What's break her house up into a meeting here. We're definitely sending the wrong message to your boys. And that was like the year of because when I was a kid, my mother died, so I had to green like a step. This Italian family, they had 3 other kids, and they're like fucking stay out. They play cards at night. They owned a sandwich shop in Hoboken. But at the time, in North Bergen, New Jersey, these cops got together. Because I'm from police, yeah. And you walk into a strip club, you peel the man, you give it to you. She shoved in the pussy, she gave it back to you, ate it. It was erotic, oh my God. And Christmas Eve, I was in there one year. It was the first year my mom did, like, it was the first Christmas around my family. You know, and I didn't want to go home to this fucking family. I told the story to Felicia. I remember going in there one night, and the cops, they knew me. I was underage, and the cops, like, come in, what the fuck? I go in there, I'm sitting at the bar, this is old guy, and they have like the stage in the middle. And then you sit around the side with the chicks who put their foot on the wall. That's how this is 1980. This was strip club. You could kill a bitch in a strip club. You know what I'm saying? You could kill a bitch in a strip club for $150. That was on the menu. Like, $150 get to kill me. You know what I'm saying? So, this bitch comes over with her like this guy's gonna be 60. He's 16. Calm, I ain't no pussy, but I'm a professional. I don't know what the dirty things are. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker she took this false teeth. I never forgot.
You can't unsee that. Ladies and gentlemen, Russell Peters has entered the building. broke into a girl's house on the Quaalude and eat her pussy.
Is that Bert Kreischer talking?
Yeah, he sucks.
The second he leaves the room, I'm totally talking about hoes.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm here, baby. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Was that Bert Kreischer talking? Or it looks different with like the beard or whatever.
I mean, is there something that you want me to do about it?
It's just an observation. No. Peter as a guest.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
That seems like a pretty solid guess. Do you know what episode that was?
No, I mean, not off the top of my head.
Well, Joey Diaz probably was a moderately famous comedian at the time, I'm guessing.
Joey Diaz has never been a very famous comedian, in my opinion.
What does he do? Like full-time entertainer, but like since when?
Okay, I'll give you his life story. He was born.
I just want
No.
when is full-time entertainer? I don't care about it. Life story.
No. You need his life story.
That's not the question.
You need his life story. He was born in Cuba.
No, I don't have 4 hours to wait.
He was born in Cuba, and his mother.
This better be like a 2-minute summary.
Yeah, I'll make it that. Okay, he was born in Cuba. His mother stabbed somebody in Cuba, someone who raped her sister, and so she had to head to the United States to get out because they would charge her for murder. She killed the guy, I believe. She came to the United States. She brought Joey to the United States with his dad. His dad died at age like when Joey was like 1 or 2 or something. His mother owned a bar and ran numbers. In the United States, like the lottery system is a newer thing. We didn't have like state lotteries or anything. There was something called the number system, which if you're interested, I'll tell you about that later because it's a really interesting thing. But his mother was like actually a pretty wealthy woman, and maybe like upper middle class or so, but for like an immigrant, that's balling. And so Joey had he had a TV in his room, he had air conditioning, he had HBO, and he was able to watch a lot of movies when he was a young person. He would go to Miami for the like summer or the winter or something sometimes and spend time with family down there. But all in all, like he basically had a faulty birth certificate for years. It's one of the reasons why he doesn't go out of the country now because his status isn't like really that legitimate. Anyway, he then his mother dies when he's like 14 years old or something. Uh, he was doing LSD and discovered his mother was dead on the floor. His mother was a big cocaine user, and so he went to go live with this Italian family. That, like he was saying, they had 3 other kids, and so, but basically, like all these people were like mob connected. Then he eventually, he's in North Bergen, New Jersey at this time. He eventually learns about Colorado and the mountains, and he always wanted to see mountains. And so he had an opportunity to start running guns from Colorado to New Jersey and like running like cocaine. And so he would like fly to, or he would drive to Boulder, Colorado, and then he would bring guns back to New Jersey, something like that. He did that for a while, and then while in Boulder, he then started getting into he would like house sit for really rich people in like Aspen and this area called Snow Mass Village, and then he got really into cocaine there. He ended up impregnating a woman and having a child with her in Colorado, and she ended up not really wanting to have anything to do with him because he just wasn't a good influence or anything. He ends up kidnapping a guy and goes to jail in Boulder for a few years. And that's where he learned how to do stand up in front of people because the projector that would show movies on like whatever night would go down, and so they'd be like, Coco, get up there and talk. The reason why he's named Coco is it was a nickname that he had from childhood, but a lot of people think it's because it's cocaine, and it's not. It's because he it was like about coconuts or something like that. Anyway, he then moves from Colorado to like Washington, or he goes to San Francisco actually first for a little while, then eventually back to Colorado, then goes to Washington State, lives with a stripper for a little while, is doing stand-up comedy. He made his comedy debut at the Comedy Works in Denver, goes up to Washington State, ends up, this is so stupid, he was jaywalking, uh which is like when you cross the street at not an intersection, and he got caught jaywalking, and they caught him with some stuff. I forget what it was, and basically he's got like a warrant in Washington State. That's why he doesn't go back to Washington. He then learned about somebody who was in LA, and he had heard about the store. He goes down, visits like LA, I think one or two times, and then comes down to move permanently. Ends up going to the store. Mitzi Shore, who owned the store, Pauly Shore's mom, and like the maker of all the comedians there, sees him and calls him the big baby or something like that, and makes him a regular within a month, which is like unprecedented. Everybody's always got to go through the ringer and stuff, but he was like the fastest person they ever made a regular. He ends up closing most of the shows during the like late '90s, early 2000s, and gets in good with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan takes him on the road before Tony Hinchcliffe and all those guys, and Joey Diaz was the opener. Joey Diaz would absolutely destroy rooms to make it really hard for Joe Rogan to actually be the headliner. They travel the United States together. Also, Joey Diaz would go on the road on his own. He would do something like he would do like Northwest. He would do like all these small towns in like Idaho and Boise or in he'd do like Boise and like Helena, Montana. It's called a Tribble Run. Anyway, that's not here, neither here nor there. Joey Diaz continues to do this until the pandemic 2020 when he moves back to New Jersey. That's basically his life story. Oh, he met his wife, who was she was a cocktail waitress at the store, and then went on to go work at Disney. And then they had a little girl together, and then they got married. And the daughter, her name is it doesn't matter, but she has an interesting name. It's like a good thing. I forget her name, but she's like 14 now or something, and he's just chilling in New Jersey now. They do the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament in New Jersey with Lee, and he met Lee. I won't go into all that, but they do the podcast or whatever. That's the Church of What Happened Now. That's a phenomenal podcast, and now he's just kind of laying low. He does shows still, but normally it's just in like the tri-state area, which is New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. Sometimes he'll do them in Philadelphia. Is okay? I know it's more than 2 minutes, but was that okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, I'm about to send you an invitation in just a moment, and then I'm going to dominate you.
So I think you lost like 5 games.
Dude, before that, you lost like 5, 6 games in a row.
No. Before
Yeah.
that, you won like twice, and before that, I won like 15.
Dog. Are you serious? Are you flipping serious, dog? Just one moment. I'm looking for a thing. Okay, blog profile, Close chat and reopen. Title and description. Create new blog post, part 1, part 2, part 3. Oh, it was done. That's it. Okay, I found what I needed. All right, I'm sending you the invite now.
Ew. Nowhere.
What did she see, or why is she so upset?
She has all. She's just scared. Scared of sounds that she hears for some reason. Not really sure why. She just hears noises.
Doug, I think going second is a major advantage. You get to play on those 3 letters that are like really easy to just get big. It seems like it's an advantage.
I don't know, it kind of evens out. Depends on the tiles, I guess. But. You basically have like a turn advantage almost if you go first.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if it's that much better, but just being able to utilize those 3 L's, like if you can, and if you go first, there's no guarantee that you're going to get the 2 word. In fact, chances are you won't. So you're putting down like 4 tiles. Sometimes you just get like 4 points, but nothing necessarily guaranteed to be a lot of points.
If the rest of the Mishnah, if let's say number 2 is the other, then number 1 must be what's up. Go in order. Start off from best to worst. Oh, this is okay. This is not okay. If number 2 is a Diana, then number 1 must be on the Let's see inside. Part of the that's number 2. The second part of the mission says.
What the fuck?
The sheets with the pigs.
What the fuck, dog?
Psycher was a good word, I guess. And this is gonna be a. Oh, that'll be. Okay, you're shuffling tiles like.
Dog, no, I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm not shuffling. Dude, don't make accusations if you don't have any evidence. You're like, oh, you're shuffling tiles. No, I just had like a ton of stuff in a row. That's amazing.
That's exactly what someone shuffling tiles.
Okay, so number 2 became the look. Right, so it seems like part 2 of the Mishnah, Hantavirus, is even after the fact no good. Mixed. The sheets with the boom, no good even after the fact. Wow, this is really something says that Lola, it's already shaded. Part 3. Part 3 says that if you mix them after they were mixed by themselves, each one by itself, no mix, then you mix them together, it's kosher. Then the closet ratio, over here ratio is not number 1, over here ratio means the one right before it, number 2. The closet ratio with a stealing color. Oh boy. If number 3 is the other, the number 3 is worse. It is worse than number 2. So now we have to change number 2 to be the kilo. And if number 2 is not a kilo, it's also. I should have done another one. I should have told that number 3 is big, but number 2 is with a kilo. And if number 2 is with a kilo, then we go in order, we go from best to worst, and then number 2 is great. So again, from a kilo to number 1 is kilo. So bottom line is, if number 1 is with a kilo, you have a problem. We just said that you're not allowed to mix team urine, you're not allowed to mix column together. You're not allowed to mix column.
What a good one.
How can we mix this flour and the oil together? You haven't said that it's only here, exactly. You just put it, number 1 cannot be that. Number 1 has to be with a kilo. Or bottom line is,
you don't want to go there.
we're going to change from shot.
I'm just saying. They don't want to go there.
Now we have a problem to say that so if a field with other practice says you know how to mix things together. Oh, we're not pulling out the oil and the flour is going back to the when so I just added the word yain on number 1, yain. When if we start something to shop, if you're not supposed to mix the oil and the flour together in a kilo, but let's say what? So it's like you're supposed to. But let's see it did. Let's say that if the oil and the flour are mixed, then you're permitted to mix the rest. There's the problem. Seems like that's the process step. You mix the oil and the flour, and then you're allowed to do it. We're going to mix stuff, now mix the white. The end of the kilo light, you can't mix white. But I think the middle of the sun is The sheep and the cows, the sheep and the bulls, those two things, right? One of them, right? One of them that makes this. One of them makes the oil and the flour. How the guys you can pay.
Illegal piggybacking.
Why do you call it illegal?
I don't know. Because it's bullshit.
I mean, but why do you make up legalities like that?
I mean, it's just bullshit. Everyone knows it's bullshit.
Therefore, I gotta go away from what we wrote on number one. Fix
Playing this game because like it tells you if it's a word or not takes away the idea of it, some of the idea of like knowing all the words, memorizing dictionaries.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
So once something is bad, it's really burned. That's it. Like I said, I can do the one. So number one is I'm forbidden. Bring the wine, mix the wine, mix types of wine, some sheep in a bowl. When there's no concern about those.
Thanks, big man. I've had such shit tiles. You have the J, you have the Q. I have just vowels. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, piggybacking back again.
So now it's so easy. The sheet that comes together with the here says it has double amount of flour, but not double amount of oil. What are the fucking steaks right? It comes with double amount of flour. Two is right. Read it up as a boil on energy and fucking full. Teaches us that the sheet that comes with the oil that has a double amount of oil.
This is the iCarly word, guaranteed.
Or it says, no, should only be reviews. In this review saying, don't call me a Yale fucking. Okay, I understand why the wine is not double because you don't mix one together with the flour. I'll be shocked. But the ratio kills it. If it's 3 loaves, the one is 6 loaves of oil.
17 tiles left.
Why should remain 3 loaves of oil? It's right. You go. The wine is going to be so the oil is over the sun. My company is spread from the wine, not referring to oil. Why would you say it's oil also? All we're able to see this cup. This bag doesn't it's a bought it. This book, when we read it, it's really simple. When we read it, the story is. Okay, so this goes with the oil to the subject of the oil. This could be out. Or someone know my idea. One first switch from an 8 to a 9. Says we have one. What happens when you shut the pump? Shabbat Torah, I'm thinking to yourself that it's a shlomim. That's called like a shlomim. But that's you learn first shlomim or shlomim. So there's another part of the Torah. Since it's not good enough, you gotta continue to spend, but it's an option.
They gave you the Q, they gave you the Z, they gave you the J.
Regular asham is not required. But since this is an asham of the Torah, and the asham of the Torah comes with wine. See, that's having wine flour. Otherwise, if you don't bring the something that's necessary, you don't bring the flour and oil, make it possible. That's where everybody got the early steps. So, let's take this food and apply it somewhere else. Well, yeah, so for example, I'm on the Chicago here, which is why it's easy to apply. Start with together with the Heimer, and something's not a Heimer, it's a Oila, it's a Shlomim, make it possible, you should be doing it, but you should bring it. Just right, just established from the concept that the Heimer gets open on the class. So if you focus on the Shlomim, continue on with it, but bring something with that. But why? It's not a Heimer. Continue doing it, otherwise it's going to be possible. You know, the other thing is something. And another thing, come to Shachar, every agree, but come in the oil in the morning, I would bring one in the morning.
Wow.
Nice. That's for Shlamim or anything else. It's like the functional museum. You find out what you have to bring. Every morning, they together with the comment, they bring morning from the Lishka Sa'ita. But not this time. Two pieces. Here. They're just stolen from the one. But instead of shop, you have to bring wood. You do what you have to do, bring wood. But what you say, you got to go to the place, she's not going to make it possible. And like, yeah, how much better about it? It's bring you didn't have to write it. You should have to be required to bring two pieces of wood from the two lands, not with one. You have to irrigate it. Don't say that, it's awesome. You're right, you have the wrong component. Then you have the wrong component, and it's kosher for something else. But over here, it's 20 to 1. Whoever says that it's Shabbat Tzorah, like in a Shabbat Tzorah.
Devastating.
So by the time you bring, if you don't, you make bucks. Says the Lord, you're right. You do have to keep doing it as is, and not change anything about it. And bring wood, pull it out, tell them our but then I know the reason why, but when I should tell you, you have to grab one example out of the four. Rabbi, whatever the uses of our vision, so what's the problem? It's not going to be a problem, it'll be another one, something else.
No way. Not a word. What in the fucking iCarly was that? Get out of here. Get out of here. Are you fucking serious? iCarly. Let's see it. You might be able to take it home right here. Let's see. Oh, damn, unfortunately that will not be enough to do it. Oh,
GG.
what did you play?
I just had a G at the end.
Garbage. I car the garbage. They gave you a Q, a Z, a J. You reckon? Do you recognize? Do you recognize these advantages?
I mean, they gave you like all the S's. And I had a good lead, and then they kept giving you all the good tiles because I had a big enough lead.
Dude, you're so full of shit. You're so full of kind of. That's how it works. I like that you think that's how it works.
It is how it works. Every game.
That's iCarly talk. All right, you've got to give me 2 minutes, maybe five minutes. Why do you?
Oh, are you gonna fill in the air with some fighter talk or anything?
Oh, dog. There is absolutely nothing going on. I even feel badly. Shout out to Joanna Zanella Schab. I'm just like ripping on her for wearing a sports bra on Instagram. It's like whatever. I have to recognize not everybody's super conservative, not everybody's super modest. I get those kinds of things. Um but it's going to be tough to be her kids for numerous reasons, and I thought it was interesting that you said like that your father pushed you to be a hockey player. Uh that's I don't know how hard he pushed you, but uh these people are pushing their kids so hard, and like I don't even I just they're okay, so remember I was telling you about Brendan Schaub and cauliflower ear?
Flyer.
Yeah. So somebody pulled up a clip of him saying how he got his cauliflower ear, which was he put his ear. He admitted it. So there were people who said that they saw marks on his ear, but then he admitted it. He just said he put his ear in a phone book and put pliers over it, and then just caused it. And then here he is, like a few years later, completely like contradicting himself. And I'm not saying that like if you contradict yourself, you're the worst person in the world. And I understand sometimes people have to tell lies to whatever, protect their own life or whatever. But this is like a minor thing, uh, and he's so proud of it. It's like, but you didn't get those through fighting. You just want people to think that to know that you were a fighter, but the way that you got those are because you put your ear in a fucking vice, or like did it purposefully or whatever. So I don't know. There's just okay, so Brendan Schaub is suing this guy, Unique. He's been suing him for like years, and this is actually a pretty big case in American.
Wait. Let me get this straight. So you actually thought I wanted to hear about Fighter and the Kid? That's a cool story. Continue.
So there's actually a pretty big case we got involving the fighter and the kid, and its effect on like what you can show on YouTube and stuff. So courts in the past have said that like if you're gonna make a video using someone else's content, it has to have like some creative, like you have to put some creativity in it. I can't just take your video and then just put it on my channel, and I also can't just give like maybe one or two sentences at the end of commentary. I have to actually like put something creative towards it. And so there's this guy, Unique Entertainment, the guy who got caught live streaming a case with Brendan Schaub, or it was really an employment thing, but he is getting sued again. So basically, this guy who's a channel that got taken down because Brendan Schaub had these monster lawyers, as he calls them, to be able to like sue anybody who used his content. But here's the thing: the Fighter and the Kids content is literally just people's Instagrams, so it's very um it's very hip it's very hip hip would it be Hippocratic? It's very, what's the word? I'm tired. uh he's being a hypocrite. It's hypocritical. It's hypocritic. It's hypocritic. um that he would, like, Brendan Schaub's show is just showing other people's content and commenting on it. This Unique's guy's show is just showing Brendan Schaub's content and then commenting on it. And basically um just a moment, I have to check something. uh so it's one of those things where it's like uh this thing's going back and forth in the courts, and Brendan Schaub saying that it's not fair that this guy's using his clips, and uh Unique saying, "Look, I show his clips, but then I give like like a minute or two. I comment on the end, so that's creative enough." And this guy hates Brendan Schaub so much that whenever Brendan Schaub does anything, you don't even have to go to um the Fighter and the Kid subreddit or the Fighter and the Kid YouTube channel. All you have to do is just go to um that's Unique, and he'll already have a video on it. He gets his shit up so quickly. It's like he literally wakes up in the morning and is like, what are they going to publish today and how can I make fun of them for it? And it's it's quite interesting, the the um the the fact that this like stupid, whatever you want to consider it, this this case is going to, or yeah, it's going to have a big part because it sets a precedent in like YouTube, um in like the laws of YouTube and like what can be shown and not. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom and then I'm gonna be, kids, if you're watching at home, I'm letting this motherfucker win. Guys, are you there? You're muted if you didn't know it.
Yeah.
Okay, tight.
Did you get any emails from the UFO?
That's a great question, and I really appreciate you asking it. We're gonna check right now. I did get another, and frankly it takes these people a few days to go through. I think because they're like working, and the lady was like, "Hey, we really like your project. It's cool. But we want you to know that like we're like booked out pretty far in advance. But that's cool that like they thought what I was doing was neat." Okay, I'm looking now.
Book it into the future then.
A lot of these emails that I send, it says address not found because, like the like many of these podcasts are still not in business. But no, I didn't get anything new. But the big thing is giving them 24 hours to check it out. All right, literati. Here we go, babies. Folks, if we don't get the cue,
this is like 3 in a row at this point, almost. And I'm not even trying.
Yeah, you think I am? I'm programming, dog. I'm programming robots.
That's not true.
It is 100,000% true. Throughout that entire thing, I was restarting robots.
Sounds like a you problem. I fucked up. Big fuck.
Why do you think you fucked up so badly?
I just fucked up.
Dude, you use your fucking S?
I mean, it's just a letter.
She would ask the proper question, there's no, it's not necessary to have this giant thing. What is it for? Shapiro I'm going to do it. Said, well, you're right. You don't need to know. But what you're once upon a time, you such a mental value of the sin. Anxiety sin. My son, I would do the show. My son would do the birth of habits. Since the generations, you don't have it. To be shown that they recognize. The famous ignorance. Sometimes I'm going to talk something and maybe freeze it. Put it away forever. So put the spin, the barrier, doesn't serve any purpose. Another my knowledge says, but once you have that measurement cup stays in the closet, and it's a big dog, it stays in there. Oh my, the Sneal doctor, he says, since I don't have the hin, I got rid of it, so now I'm left with 6 measurements. What am I going to do instead?
Wow. Nice.
Thanks, big man.
Nice.
What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. So all around here, you'll learn things. That is a lot of much with your ears, a lot of much with Sinai, that you have to lean on two for one. When a person brings an individual part of
That was good too.
Seven bedrooms. You have to figure it out. You have to know. You have to break our heads. Come on, seven. What is it? If it's not the middle, we're not using it. Let's be one and a half.
This is bullshit. Oh, fuck. This game is just rigged. Just absolutely rigged. Just absolutely rigged.
I'm lucky you're. Oh yeah, I may not have been able to play that either if you did not play that M. I'm pretty sure ARE isn't a word.
ARER? You mean R?
Yeah, I mean ARE.
ARE?
That's a iCarly word.
ARER? Like they are going to the fair?
No.
ARE is a word, dog. Are you equipment? What are you talking about?
It's not a word.
ARE? Yeah, it is.
I'm just messing with you.
You're not messing with me. You actually made that ridiculous statement. What?
Oh wait, give me that back. That was cool.
5, 4. No, I'm not doing that to you. I'm kidding.
You distracted me with his make-believe iCarly word.
Doesn't. You're not even making sense.
That's the largest one set. That's run the kilo. So the run the kilo.
Now what threw me off is like the tiles, like the weird blue tiles, tripping up my brain.
Dude, you're not
They're
even.
all in capitals.
You're distracting me.
I don't want this to right. Okay.
You're the one using iCarly words. Not a real name, Joey. Joey, that's not a real name. I love when they say that. Joey, that's not a real name. It's an iCarly name.
What does that even mean, an iCarly name? Like you're from like a TV show?
It's just made up. Like nobody would really be called that.
Yeah. Now I get all the shit tiles again.
No, quit with your
fucking points aren't high enough.
Dog. I have shit tiles myself.
You play bingo?
why do Moshe Rabbeinu has to be established in the Venus Halom? Why do you so if it's to give the water of the Messiah, like Yeshua says, it's outside of that zone. Outside of the Mishamish, Rashi says outside of that zone. The E, that it has on the base.
Dude, you got just garbage. Just garbage.
I'm sure they'll give you the cue to balance things out.
One of these, 1 pinch cups worth of oil to every cow, and then 6 cows in the morning, so 6 cows in the afternoon. Each cow got a repeat. Hurry up, hey! So excited. Hurry up, hey! Hurry up, hey! The parents, barefoot, Ishatot. He comes from a far out country, Baba. Ishatot. He is the man. There's never Ishatot. He comes from a far place, and he's in the inside. Holy good shot. Hatzigul, man, called Yom Yishach. Those are Rebbe's Progashule, Hatzigul, so it says in the Mishnah, what do you need to have about it? It's the Soita, or to the Toita. It doesn't really make actually practical blow in Yishach. Some dogs, willing to keep your temperature. But water, where's the water from? Because I said, I know that much better, already our stuff. That's from Rothschild. The water comes from the dirt. And the Kior itself has Kedusha and it's the water. So what do you have to do with Habashah again? And the water of the Kedusha, why is the Kedusha? She comes straight out of the Kior. We play dogs, finish the oil of the play the dogs, not the play the cheese, play those actions. The bread of the play dog becomes other things. Said before, it's an idea. The sheet of the carbon. You don't need a special food. Our Rebbe, with this,
Talk about a fucking load of rape.
You should have just got good.
there should come some. What happens if
Cold, that's a good word.
They didn't give me any cues or man, that was good. The quid was absolutely despicable. Wow.
This bitch is dumb. It's out of reach. another S. I got double blanked. Dog, fuck this. What is the?
Yo, they give you the
Dog.
cutest
No, it's like this. How many tiles remain?
11.
This bitch is over, and I got double blanked.
Not over. It ain't over until it's over.
Do you think you can make a comeback here?
All day.
You're down 50. There's no Q.
Wait, well, how did you get?
There's no. Is there a Z? Oh, there is a Z. They gave you the Z?
I don't have the.
How many things are remaining?
8. Oh, what? Dang.
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. Opportunities.
God, shut the fuck up. This game is over. What a comeback. I said well.
The pets that you didn't have an S, which you probably will complain about.
Yeah, dude, you had everything in this game.
No. They gave you the Q. You said before the game, oh, you only have the Q. That's all I need. Oh, man.
This game is rigged, and everybody knows it. He got the Z, I got double blanked. And I didn't say I just need to Q. I got double blanked.
So I asked Social, tell me nobody did
What a great play.
If this is the top of the menorah, top of the menorah, so it had they actually, I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. Got a piece made out of gold. It's on top. And then he slide it. Open. Take the weight. Pour the oil through that hole. And put the wood right back into that hole. Guys, I want to say, I asked those to do it.
This game's over and it's rigged. What a great comeback.
I don't know if I'll be able to get rid of these. I mean, you might be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat here with something miraculous. Who knows? That Sizzy saved me, though.
Sizzy's not a fucking word. It's an iCarly word.
I mean, you played.
Look.
You thought R was a word. You thought ARE was a word.
It is a word. That's not an iCarly word. That's a normal word.
You thought ARE.
Look. For anybody watching this in the future, everybody, I don't just have an announcement to make. I have a proclamation. I want everyone to know that I was just double blanked. Everyone should know I was double blanked, but the person who I want to know that I was double blanked the most is a man named Marlon Hill. Marlon Hill and I are one. We are brothers. We are brothers in double blanking. And I want him to know that I feel his pain. When I watched the documentary originally, I was like, okay, so you got double blanked. So what? Now I understand. The bullshit that goes on. They can give you anything. They can give you the Q and the Z and all that other shit. But the double blank is such a disadvantage that, frankly, I don't even consider these games to be played when I'm double blanked.
He was pissed because he went to swap and then he got like a bunch of vowels. He got like 4 I's and like a U, which is basically what tiles I do on a daily basis. After gaining such a substantial lead, the game shows me these brutal tiles that are just unusable dog shit. I'm forced to swap, and then he swaps and he got like 4 I's and a U again. That's why he was pissed.
I thought you weren't able to make anything out on the shitty version.
I couldn't, but I'm good at lip reading.
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. What I want to know is this. Why do you think the game hates me so much that it double blanks me all the time?
Because it gives you host advantage constantly.
No, it doesn't.
Host advantage.
It doesn't. Here's why. Because it knows what my overall scores are versus your overall scores, and it gives you advantages. If you think that the game,
who got the Q last game?
Doug, you got the Z. You got the Y. You got double blank. You double blanked me. That's fucking bullshit, dog. Bullshit. Look, if you're gonna win something, don't win it with some fucking S. That's a double blank, a Z, and a Y. That's just not even a word. That's an iCarly word.
Look, Lucy Tallgrass.
No, her name is Lucy Snorbush, and she currently works for a cruise company.
Lucy what bush?
Snorbush. Snorbush.
Yeah, Lucy Tallgrass, iCarly Snorbush would agree that those tiles were legitimately played. They were legit tiles. The game is fair.
And you're May 20th, 2026. How many times have you ever used the word sizzy in your life? I'll wait.
All the time. If I'm describing something that's like sizzling.
No,
like, damn,
no. Then it's
no. It's short. It's short for sizzy, sizzling. Or sizey? Is it sizey?
It's sizey.
Oh yeah.
Like size.
So
Weak.
Every time I've taken a wig, I use that word.
It has nothing to do with that.
Oh, it does. It does.
It has to do with exhibiting size, the thickened crust on coagulated blood. What happens to you when you pee, dog?
Oh, so it doesn't describe the size of something?
No. It
Flow of the blood.
No, it doesn't.
So
It's
right.
like size, weak glue, or paste, or seize, like seize. Oh, it's seizy. Or it's exhibiting size, or seize, which is the thickened crust on coagulated blood. That's what your penis has, coagulated blood on it when you pee?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Doug, all I know is I was double blanked. When I'm double blanked, the game, it's an iCarly game. It doesn't even come into my realm. It doesn't even come into my realm. And
I mean, three in a row.
I've been double blanked.
I don't think I've lost 3 in a row in my entire karate.
You did it 2 days ago. You did it 2 days ago, and you lost like 40.
Sure, that's a iCarly fabricated story.
Why don't you call it what it is? A fact. F-A-C-T. You're the guy over here. You're the guy over here who's like, oh, the word R is not a word. And I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? Fucking Brendan Chubb until the cows come home, dog.
Not gonna throw me off. No, that legitimately, like the all capital, like blue squares was throwing me off, and my brain mentioned it was like they are, and then I'm like, oh, I'm used to seeing it all lowercase, not like capital block letters. And
why? You're not even making sense. Your story doesn't even their apps. You can't use other apps. You can't use other apps. No. There's a word for this. I mean, cheating is what it is.